So what are you seeing from top performers, like for the amount of time they invest in one appointment on average?
You mean the specific amount of time, or?
Yeah, just like 2 hours, 2.5 hours?
2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours.
Is what it should take.
So we can agree that
We got
45 minutes or
seconds to
less is
start,
not
folks.
acceptable?
That's not going to work.
Yeah.
That's not going to work at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good to know.
Yes, sir.
You want me to flick this mic on?
Yes. Let's make sure that mics are on. Do we need to do anything to turn this on?
Okay, this is beeping,
Yeah.
like it's looking for a signal, so I'm guessing it goes solid blue and it's gonna. There it is. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Mr. Hill?
I can hear you through this.
Oh, okay.
That mic I don't have.
Yeah, this is the mic control.
That's scary. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
That's good. Give it a second. Did you press the blue button?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's solid blue now.
Alright, try again.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. This is
We
Dominic.
Start recording on that guy.
Rosso University. Legendary training for the modern
25
world.
seconds.
We're better.
Whoa!
Alright, try again.
Hello.
Your hands
Echo.
With that.
Hello.
Yeah, that's
This is Dominic with Rosso University.
Perfect.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
Perfect. And the number 1?
Yeah. Uno.
no way.
That's a good plan.
Hello.
Your speaker box.
Yeah, you can. But you can close the.
What are you guys thinking?
You can close the. I don't think it's gonna turn off the thing.
Oh no, I was looking if there is a way to connect our audio recorder to this. I don't think so.
Yeah. but
There's in the back. There's like a little. Yeah. So if you open
There
it
should
back,
be an input.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
yeah.
Ah, okay.
I figure that's probably the best way if we want to try to record the audio directly from the mics, get it from that.
There's an aux cable that.
Oh, you the website.
Sorry. Yeah, low 35 millimeter on.
Yeah.
Do you like me off center here? Or do you want me to sit more smack dab in the middle? Doesn't matter.
I'm gonna go to it
It's
right
up to you. I mean, for that camera, I would say middle. Because this camera is a little more natural.
Do you want that thing then off to the side somewhere?
This is what-
Yeah.
what else?
Yeah.
It's live. Yeah.
We going live?
Yes.
All right.
Live.
We are coming at you live from Las Vegas, Nevada. Sin City, baby. All right, you guys let me know.
We're live. Yeah, we are set.
So, who wants to kick this off?
I think you are. We're live right now.
Okay. What's going on, everybody? Dominic Caminati here with Rosso University. I want to thank everybody for taking time out of the day to tune in live at Converge 2025, coming to you live from Las Vegas, Nevada. So we got some great topics we're going to be talking about. Of course, all things AI, artificial intelligence. That is a word that people are probably sick and tired of hearing by now. But it's absolutely vital and important that we figure out ways we can leverage this amazing technology to our benefit. And one thing we're going to talk about in this little session here on sales is salespeople really have two choices. They can continue to do the same thing they've always been doing and not grow and evolve as a sales warrior, or they can fully embrace this new generation of sales warrior superstars, next generation of sales professionals that are leveraging data and technology and speech analytics to truly take their sales performance to the next level. So that's what we're going to talk about, of course, in this little session here at Converge. I just want to say thanks to Big Sun for putting on this amazing event. We're here at the Penthouse Suite at the Cosmopolitan. It's absolutely stunning. And I want to thank all of you again for taking time here today to tune in. So it's our goal to bring as much value as we can to you, so you can be as prepared as possible in 2026 to absolutely dominate. So my name is Dominic Caminati. So of course, domination is what we really strive for. And I look forward to answering some really, really hard-hitting questions that they have set up for us. So So I guess without further ado, do you have the questions teed up? Or do you want me just to read through them?
Yeah, let's go through like your sales training. What's up for 2026?
Okay. So I got a list of questions here that I'm going to go through. So the first question is, will 2026 be a year when average sales reps get wiped out by AI-assisted top performers? Okay. It's a really powerful question. There's no doubt that sales reps that are leveraging AI in the coming years are going to have the upper hand. And I think you're going to see greater separation between your average sales professional that's not leveraging AI and those sales warriors that are truly going all in on this amazing technology. And what I just want to say, the gift that AI is presenting to this industry for top performing sales warriors is really for the first time ever. I'm seeing salespeople on a large scale that are finally taking responsibility for fine-tuning their communication skills and the art of the in-home sale on their own accord. So with the rise of AI and sales warriors being able to role play with an actual AI virtual assistant, and of course just spending time listening to themselves over and over, which is not easy to do. AI is a priceless gift now. Those sales reps that are truly investing time watching the game film, listening to themselves, fine-tuning their communication, are absolutely going to separate themselves from the pack. So I wouldn't say that the average salespeople that are using AI are going to be wiped out just yet. But you are seeing it trending in that direction. And I will say for sure in the next 5 to 10 years, the sales warriors that don't get on board and start implementing this into their sales arsenal are going to get replaced by those that are. So I think that's something that's really vital. One thing that I preach a lot at Gross University is I actually spend an embarrassing amount of time watching myself on video. Because if you follow Gross University, I do a lot of public speaking, I do a lot of keynote presentations in front of thousands of people, and I'm always trying to clean up how I communicate, make sure I have the right voice inflection, my tone, my pitch, my rate, make sure I have the right facial expressions and body language. So even when I'm sitting here at this couch talking to this camera, I'm trying to be cognizant of how I'm delivering the message. Am I articulating properly? Do I have a lot of filler words when I talk? So AI is giving salespeople the empowerment now to truly take responsibility for how they deliver the message, because 93% of all communication is not the words you're saying, it's how you're delivering it. And when you have that outside perspective, when you listen to yourself for the first time, it's absolutely astounding how many of those little areas you can begin cleaning up and fine-tuning in terms of how you're talking. And AI is also giving us a lot of data that tells us exactly what the top 1% of closers are doing consistently to sell $3, $4, $5 million a year and beyond. So the good thing about sales is it's learnable. So this game of sales is a learnable skill. It's a learnable sport. So you can have success learning from what the top 1% of closers are doing, and now this is no longer a theory-based endeavor. We can actually truly look at data from sales warriors all over the United States, and now we can pinpoint precisely what the top closers are doing to separate themselves from the pack, which is really empowering not only for sales warriors, but also for sales leaders alike. So really, really great question. So in summary, that first question, I don't think you're going to see the average salesperson completely become extinct just yet, but I will tell you that it is trending in that direction, and you're going to see greater and greater separation in the coming year from those reps that are leveraging AI to their advantage. So the next question, what sales skill will become obsolete next year? So one thing I want to be clear on is this industry historically has been like wild, wild west, right? So salespeople that don't have a selling system, they kind of shoot from the hip and wing it. So what I will say to this is the salespeople that are accustomed to winging it in the house with no real plan or strategy, kind of making things up as they go, that type of behavior and sales strategy is going to become obsolete in the coming year for certain. And one thing I want to nip in the bud right now, and I was actually just talking about this before we went live, I'm seeing an epidemic right now of salespeople that are going way too fast in the house. Okay, way too fast. And the reason why is because they are winging it. And when you go into a house and you don't have a step selling process, a proven method that you follow consistently, you're going to allow essentially your prospects to control the sales encounter, and you're going to form a lot of bad habits very quickly, right? So you need a step selling roadmap to the sale or some sort of sales methodology that allows you to give consistent, masterful presentations over and over that's replicatable, duplicatable, and predictable. And that's what we're seeing with the emergence of AI infused with the right sales methodology is an absolute powerful combination. So, of course, having a sales process in the beginning is something that really separated companies from the average, but now AI is essentially supercharging that. Because we have the proven sales methodology that's based on human psychology and human behavior, essentially how to influence the prospect in the direction in which you want them to go. But now AI is also giving us data, all the creative things that top sales warriors are doing that we can infuse into this to make it even more powerful than ever before. So I'd say that the behavior and the sales strategy that's going to become obsolete in the coming year with the emergence of AI is winging and shooting from the hip. That's not going to be tolerated, not just from sales warriors, but also home improvement companies. Let's be honest. A lot of home improvement companies get into the industry, and a lot of their business, a lot of the pillars of the business are beholden on kind of just winging it, and without being too, aggressive, you're throwing shit against the wall and hoping it sticks. So I'd say, really take responsibility. If you're a company watching this right now and you don't have a step-selling sales process, there's a lot of data that shows simply by implementing a sales methodology into your sales team, you typically see an immediate 28% increase in annual revenue immediately just by having a roadmap to the sale. Okay, so that's very important. Now, when you have a roadmap to the sale, I want to be clear, sales warriors that are out there that want to be a top performer, you got to be able to work hard. You got to be willing to put in the work. It takes effort to be in a house for 2, 3, 4 hours to consummate a sale. But the question I always ask salespeople, does it take time to build a relationship with another human being, true or false? Yes, of course it does. Does it take time to build trust with another human being? Yes, of course it does. Does it take time to do a $40,000 presentation for a $20,000 project? Yes, of course it does. So we need to slow down, stop shooting from the hip, stop throwing shit against the wall, have a step-selling roadmap to the sale that's proven based on human psychology, and supercharge that bad boy with AI and data. And this is where you're going to be able to absolutely dominate your competition in the coming years for certain. And you're going to see the companies that go all in on this stuff, get the sales system, get the training, and embrace technology, are going to be able to grow faster than ever before and capture a better share of their market or their territory even faster than ever. So they're going to steamroll right over the competition. So it's actually very exciting for the companies that really step up to the plate and embrace this technology. So the next question is price conditioning now more important than objection handling? So the way I can best answer this is yes, it is, and it always has been. So one thing that was trained to me early in my career is the best way to overcome any objection is to bring it up first and overcome it proactively. Now, we define a salesperson as an agent of influence that can influence other people in the direction in which they want them to go. Okay, so you got to influence the entire outcome that you desire. Now, how often when you walk into a house is the prospect's current belief system congruent with where it needs to be for me to earn their business 2 or 3 hours from now? Like when you walk into a house, if you're there to sell a roof, how many homeowners are fully prepared mentally and financially to spend $800, $1,200, $1,500 a square to get the correct type of roofing system they need to solve their problems? Or if you're in the one-day bath business, how many homeowners understand that to get a high-quality bath system, it's going to cost more than $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, right? So we need to reprogram their belief system. And one area we certainly have to reprogram the belief system is when it comes to price. So Rick Ross always used to say it wasn't the thief in the industry that bothered him, it was the honest idiot. And what he meant by that is there's a lot of contractors that get into the game and they have good intentions. It's not that they're bad people, but they fall into this trap of implementing a race to the bottom business model where it's like, I'm going to have my prices so low, run such slim margins that I'm going to get all this work, right? This is how I'm going to beat out the competition, simply winning a bidding war with the other chuck in the trucks. And that's the same type of contractor. They'll go into your house and say, our prices are so low, we lose money in every job. And the problem is they're telling the truth. And they're literally living paycheck to paycheck. And that makes it really challenging for professional organizations that truly pride themselves in offering world-class installation, the 5-star white glove experience, superior quality materials and resources, right? Truly installing a permanent solution that prospect deserves. They deserve a permanent solution, don't they? But that means that you have to be in your A game when it comes to price conditioning. Now, there's a sales strategy that we train on extensively at Gross University called seeding and layering. And seeding and layering is simply when you plant a thought or idea in a prospect's mind, and you reinforce that thought or idea throughout the process, because repetition is what reprograms belief, right? You allow that thought to nurture and grow into belief. So, of course, if I just price condition one time, it's not going to land, right? So the average person needs to hear something 6 to 18 times for it to have any influence on their belief. So if I truly want to do that $40,000 presentation for a $20,000 price, and ideally slide over the total investment and the prospects give me the type of reaction like, that's less than I thought it was going to be. Instead of what a lot of salespeople get hit with, like, oh my God, that's more than we paid for the house. Sticker shock, right? How many of you get sticker shock? You got to be dialed in when it comes to price conditioning, seeding, and layering, and reprogramming their belief system. And this is why price conditioning is one of the foundational pillars of what we call the masterful presentation. So one thing I want to be clear on is the best close in the world is a masterful presentation. Because when you deliver a masterful presentation, the prospect should be saying 3 things. I want it, I need it, I must have it. And again, going back to the previous conversation we had with the last question, this takes time. It takes time to be masterful. It takes time to make the close the natural conclusion. How masterful are you when you enter that house? You're on stage, you're giving a performance for crying out loud, right? So what type of movie are you? Are you a boring movie that drones on, just spitting facts and figures? Are you coming into the house radiating that enthusiasm, that energy, your storytelling, you're making it fun and interesting, you're getting physically and mentally involved, injecting humor, right? And of course, price conditioning throughout. So you do the heavy lifting, we call this front-loading the process and getting into the green. So at the end, at the negotiating table, all that's left is for me just to tap it in for the sale. So sales is not high pressure. High pressure is lack of technique. So at the end of the day, what my goal is as a sales professional is I want that prospect to be able to give me their informed consent on the matter. And the only way I can do that is I truly give them a world-class education and make sure that I'm overcoming any of those program objections that we get with shop around, price, procrastination, all the common objections that we get proactively throughout our step-selling sales process so the close becomes the natural conclusion. I shouldn't feel like at the negotiating table I'm hacking it out of the woods or chipping it out of the bunker. I should feel like I'm this close to earning their business, and all it takes is a little tap in, because the prospect should have high levels of need, want, and desire to move forward with your company, your product, your service. And at the end of the day, what are they really buying? They're buying you. So how dialed in are you? But yeah, price conditioning always has been foundational. And what AI is doing is giving these homeowners more tools and resources where they can actually have more information on average pricing based on your company or your competitors in your marketplace. So salespeople definitely in the coming year, in 2026 and beyond, need to be more dialed in when it comes to price conditioning. The thing I just want to be clear on, when you think of price conditioning, don't be bashful. A lot of salespeople are afraid to overly price condition, so they kind of tiptoe and beat around the bush when it comes to this stuff. But you want to picture killing a flea with a sledgehammer when it comes to price conditioning. I want them to be almost terrified as to how much this is going to cost them, so that when I slide over the total investment and it's only 20 grand, they're like, oh my God, that's a lot less than I thought it was going to be. So the value must exceed the price to own. And here's the good news. If you can simply pull that off, make sure the value of what you're there to sell far exceeds the price to own, you're going to have no problem closing the sale more often than not. If the value doesn't exceed the price to own, you're going to be getting hit with sticker shock, you're going to get hit with all kinds of smoke screens for uncertainty and price objections and brush offs so they can politely kick you out of the house. So yeah, so all you salespeople watching this takes time. But you're there to reprogram a new belief, price condition throughout. This must be done early and often. And one thing, again, you'll consistently see from top performers is they are super dialed in on sprinkling and price conditioning throughout the entire sales encounter from beginning to end. So really, really great questions. So how will consumer trust shift as AI enters the home improvement sales cycle? So people are starting to trust AI a lot more for data-driven decisions, logic. But the good news is human beings still make decisions on emotion. So what you're going to see, the trust shifting is you got to know your product. You got to know your industry. You got to know what it is that you're selling forwards and backwards. You know, if you ever seen the movie Forrest Gump, right, where he's taking the rifle apart and putting it back together in record time, can you do that with your product or service? Do you know this thing forwards and backwards so you can actually make this product walk on water and sell this thing in your sleep? So the good news is human beings make decisions on emotion, but you're still going to have to key to the logic because they need to be able to justify their decision logically. And I think with the emergence of AI, if you're going to compete, homeowners are going to have a lot more intelligent questions that they need answered, and it's going to be more of a data-driven decision than ever before. So I need to be able to key to the emotion, right? Because they're going to buy an emotion, but also give them enough information where they can justify that decision logically. This may sound ridiculous, but one thing that I always promised myself before I went into every house is I'm going to give these homeowners the best presentation they've ever seen in their life, and I'm going to make them feel like the most important people in the world. I want to make them feel special. You know, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, right? So if you go into a house, you truly make them feel special. You give them a world-class education, and my goal was to make sure they were so well educated on the matter that they could literally go run a lead that evening and close that thing. So that's how dialed in I wanted to be, because when people are armed with that much education and they can truly feel and believe wholeheartedly that they can give you their informed consent, you're going to have no problem building that trust and earning their business more often than not. But again, this takes time. It takes time to educate them to that extent. So they make decisions on emotion, they justify them logically. That's always been the case throughout the dawn of humanity. You just got to be a little bit more dialed in the coming years now with that logic component of how they're going to make that decision. So they can sleep soundly at night, not that you just made a spur-of-the-moment emotional decision. They wake up the next morning feeling like shit about it, because then the magic fairy dust dissipates when they leave the house, and all they're thinking about is, how much money do we spend? Like, what are we doing? So if I can give them enough information, enough evidence to support their decision, so they can wake up the next morning and still justify it logically, now you're in a really good position, not just to close, but more importantly, retain the business, which is really important. But this is all important. I just want to talk quickly because this is about consumer trust. When you're looking at building trust with a prospect, one thing you got to think about is demonstrating empathy. So people have an innate desire to be understood. So they want to know that you're a trusted advisor that truly cares and understands them as a human being with a genuine concern, and you're there their desires, right? So obviously listening, asking questions, all this stuff, truly demonstrating that you're there to serve. Sales is not high pressure, it's high service. That's what we're here to do. So you also want to make sure you're authentic. So nobody likes somebody regurgitating a script or sounding robotic in the house, okay? So this is where, again, going back to AI and voice-to-speech analytics, when you're listening to yourself, you want to make sure that you are coming off as genuine and authentic. So we always say your prospects have built-in bullshit detectors. They can tell when a sales rep is not being truthful or genuine to themselves or authentic. So just to summarize here, I want you to think of sales like learning how to play golf. So those of you watching this, if you ever take golf lessons before, you'll have a golf coach that'll show you how to properly grip the club, how to place the ball in your stance, how to do a proper backswing and follow through, keep your eye on the ball, right? So the step-by-step, and by the way, I'm not a professional golfer, so don't take my advice. But I know if you take lessons on this stuff, they're going to show you the foundational, fundamental way on how to swing a club. Now, even if I learned that and I mastered that and memorized it, that doesn't mean I can go on the PGA Tour and beat Tiger Woods one-on-one. Well, maybe now you can, but not in his prime, right? So how do you get good at golf? You take the foundational teachings, think of that as like the step-selling sales process, then through repetition and repetition, you develop your true authentic swing, your true authentic way of delivering the message that works for you and for you alone. I guarantee if I roll with 100 salespeople and watch them in the house, I'm going to see 100 different styles, different ways of communicating that are genuine, authentic to each person. Now, it doesn't mean I derail from the system, but how you communicate that message, 93% of it is not the words, it's how you're delivering it, but authenticity matters. Authenticity is one of the most powerful emotions that you can convey to another human being, and it's magnetic in nature because people want to work with somebody that's truly genuine and authentic and not just going into a house with commission breath, desperate to get a sale. So the opposite of selling out of desperation is selling as if you have nothing to lose, you're there to build a relationship, coming off as genuine, authentic, that you truly care. Another thing I just wanted to talk about is a word you don't hear often in sales, this word called integrity. So integrity is something that is not talked about enough in sales, but I promise you, the top closers in this industry do have morals, principles. They are honest. They want to treat their prospects the way the prospects want to be treated. And they truly want to help them solve a problem. So are you a person of your word? When you shake someone's hand, are you going to deliver on those promises? Are you lying or fabricating or exaggerating more than you should? Because to be honest, some salespeople do exaggerate. They're not truly forthcoming about realistic expectations, right? It's more important to be forthcoming and realistic because I want to exceed expectations, if anything. I don't want my crews to fall short of my expectations, right? So make sure when you're in the house, you're a person of integrity, it's high service, you demonstrate empathy, authenticity, and then the last thing I wanted to say, which really is foundational for building trust, you got to be confident. You got to be confident in yourself, you got to be confident in the company you represent, confident in the products and services you're there to offer. And how do you get confidence? You get confidence from knowledge. You get confidence from mastering the system. So I say a quote, I often share this, what's the secret to happiness? Well, one quote I heard, the secret to happiness is freedom, right? Well, what's the secret to freedom? Well, the secret to freedom is courage. Well, how do you get courage? Well, the secret to courage is knowledge. So knowledge truly is power. And one thing I always say, because when I first got into the business, I was timid, I had thin skin, but mastering this paint-by-number system, the sales methodology, gave me the courage and confidence to be able to go for the no and come out with the outcome. Oh, lost audio. The big speaker. Hold on, we got some technical difficulties. We'll be back shortly. Is that big speaker plugged in? We're back. We're good? We're back? Thumbs up? All right. Sorry about that. So we had the microphone cut out and everybody. So hopefully you can hear me now. But the big thing I just want to convey, consumer trust is going to shift because your prospects are going to be more educated. And, let's be honest, people have their guard up a little bit against being sold. We always say people love to buy, but they don't like being sold. And this is why when you go into a house, if you follow a step selling system correctly, the homeowner at the end of the day truly feels and believes that they made the decision on their own accord. They bought your product or service. They weren't sold anything. I always like to use the analogy. Have any of you bought a car in the last year? Okay, you bought a car. Now, how often after people invest in a vehicle, do they go to the friends and family and say, I was sold a car? Never. They say, we bought a car. And that's the way they should feel about your product, your service, your home improvement solution. At the end of the day, they shouldn't feel talking to the friends and family, I was sold windows or sold the roof from so-and-so. No, we bought it. We made the decision on our own accord. And that's the way the right system should be conveyed to the prospects. Now, the next question is virtual selling going to dominate in 2026, or is in-home selling still king? Now, the good news is because human beings are emotional creatures, the in-home sales game is always going to be king, in my opinion. So if you can get in the home, I would err on the side of doing that first and foremost. However, this is a big caveat. If you're watching this and you don't have a hybrid selling system, you are going to be left in the dust very soon. So I know companies right now where they have virtual closers that are selling $300,000 and $400,000 a month over Zoom right now. There's people, they actually have virtual closers from all over the world running appointments out of the comfort of their own home, closing $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a month. Now, what's the advantage of a virtual closer? Well, let's be honest, more people are going to have desire and demand for that because people just don't want strangers in their house. They want to have the ability to purchase virtually. How many of you buy shit on Amazon? Why do you do that versus going to the store or having someone come to your house, right? It's convenient. I don't have to have that human interaction, right? Some people prefer to buy things virtually. However, so if you're a company watching this, you should have a hybrid selling system where you're advertising that you offer virtual consultations, right? For the people that don't want you to come out. And with modern day technology, and one thing that happened during the pandemic is a lot of people got trained and accustomed, even the grandparents, on how to use Zoom because they wanted to talk to their families, right? So when virtual selling first came out, it was really, really challenging because the proposal and estimate software still wasn't quite as polished and fine-tuned as it needed to be. And a lot of people still weren't comfortable communicating virtually. But I think we can agree in 2026 and beyond, more people are comfortable talking virtually. I mean, one thing I can tell you at Grossi University, 95% of everything we do is virtual. And that gives us the ability to serve anyone in the country and even worldwide, and we don't have to drive or fly anywhere. So how many miles does the average outside salesperson put on in a year? So how much more cost effective and efficient is it to have your, of course, closers that are going out to their house, but then you also have a virtual sales team that can allow for you to have those virtual consultations. Now, one thing I just wanted to be clear on, if you're not good at closing in the home, you are going to suck ass at selling virtually. So virtually has challenges. You don't have that human interaction. I can't walk into a house and be cognizant of my environment and blend in like a chameleon as easily. So one of the reasons Grossi University, we implemented step one of our sales process, which is preparation. We always say if you fail to prepare, you're preparing to fail. And then one of the reasons why is if you're going to sell virtually, you got to show up to that appointment absolutely dialed in and prepared to give a world-class masterful presentation that's tailor-made for that homeowner. So there's a lot of research now we can do in advance with AI. I don't know if all of you are aware of this, but there's AI technologies right now where I can know who the homeowners are, what their income is, what their credit score is, the cars they drive, the value of their house, the personality type, and then you can look them up on social media. You can do all this stuff in advance, so you know exactly who these people are, what they do for a living, for occupation, recreation, motivation, all these things, their family life. So I can go into a house and I know how to relate to this human being. I can fine-tune and adapt my style of communication precisely to what this homeowner needs. And of course, with all the proposal software, showing up to that appointment with whatever the square footage of the roofing is and an idea of what the investment's gonna look like. And knowing how to follow the steps of the sale virtually is absolutely essential, because even though you have that physical barrier, there's some simple ways that you can reimagine every step of the sale to be just as impactful as it once was in person. But you have to be dialed in. It takes an investment in training. It takes an investment in technology. Obviously, when you're selling virtually, video is extremely powerful because that's the way you can keep to your emotions without actually being there physically. So I will say in the coming years, you're going to see virtual sales growing. And I'm seeing more and more of our clients embracing virtual sales. And we got extensive training on the subject. But in-home is king. So all of you watching this, in the coming year, get a hybrid selling system. I don't care if you start off with just one virtual closer, whatever it is. Get them trained up on how to run a virtual sales encounter so they can do everything remotely. You'd be absolutely blown away running fresh appointments or running rehash or cancel save. There's so much opportunity low-hanging fruit to have these virtual closers that are expertly trained where you can literally build a virtual powerhouse selling millions and millions of dollars in business. So I would just say that it's not going to replace the need to be in home, but everybody watching this should embrace a hybrid system. And this also where AI is an absolute gift, because you can be armed with so much data and information that even though I'm selling virtually, I know how to strike up a conversation. I know how to get them talking, keep the spotlight on the prospect, navigate the steps of the sale, make them feel special, heard, and understood, demonstrating authenticity. Now, one thing I just want to educate people on is if you're selling virtually, you need to invest time on the sales encounter. I know we have a physical barrier, and everyone's like, oh, it's a virtual sale, so I'm going to try to get this done in 30 minutes. Again, going back to the previous conversation, it takes time to build trust, especially without being there physically in their house. It takes time to price condition, build value. All these things take time. I don't care if you're in the home or selling virtually, we need to slow down, invest the time, do a mass show presentation. And there's some creative things you can do to deliver a mass show presentation even without having that physical barrier, or with having that physical barrier, right? So a lot of great stuff. I just want to talk, as a sales trainer in the industry, what I realize is when I can go in front of thousands of sales warriors and I can go as a trainer and coach armed with all this data, this non-negotiable, on precisely what the top closers are doing. Like, for example, I can tell you that the top 1% of closers ask 5 times more questions than average salespeople do. I can tell you that the top closers on average, they talk on average between 180 and 190 words per minute. I can tell you the top closers, when price is on the table, actually get more patient and they slow down their rate of speech so they can keep the prospects comfortable and relaxed and avoid kicking them into fight or flight or becoming a high-pressure closer. I can tell you the top closers leverage financing 8 times more as the boomerang of the sale compared to average salespeople do. I can tell you the top closers spend 4.5 times more time talking about their company and going through the detailed installation package and program and services so they can truly differentiate their company from every other Joe Blow truck in a truck that's out there. Because any home improvement or home services product is only as good as what? How you install it. So they're building more value in the company and differentiating themselves. The top closers are qualifying the prospect throughout. They're getting the trial close commitments. They're price conditioning way more. So we have all this data. It's non-negotiable. And that's great, right? Because when I'm training salespeople now, I can confidently go up in front of them and say, none of this is based in theory. None of this is my opinion. We have data from millions of sales encounters due to voice analytics and AI virtual ride-along technologies where I can tell you precisely, and I always like going in front of salespeople, raise your hand if you would love to know exactly how the top 1% of closers are able to dominate consistently year after year. You would want to know exactly what they're doing. Who would like to have X-ray vision for the first time ever, where they can literally pick all the golden nuggets and all the sales skills and strategies from reps that are selling $5, $6, $7 million a year in home improvements? I hope everyone would want to know that data. AI has given us that gift. So when you talk about peer-to-peer learning, being able to grow and develop and learn from other closers that are actively in the business, just crushing it, and also salespeople leveraging AI to fine-tune their communication, this is truly a gift if you embrace it. I know AI can be scary. A lot of people are fearful of what AI is going to be turning into. But the thing I would just say is the thing you should be most fearful of is completely ignoring this next generation of closers, not getting on board, and allowing your career and your profession to get replaced by a top closer that is leveraging all the best of methodology and AI. So I just want to say, as we wrap up this interview, hopefully you took away some golden nuggets here, but I'm Dominic Caminata. I'm the CEO of Grouse University. We do training and coaching for home improvement companies all over the United States. And one of our flagship trainings that we do is called the Sales Academy Masterclass. And what this is the second Monday of every month, we have a 2-week sales training program that takes you on the entire sales methodology from the moment you wake up in the morning to the moment you close the sale, exactly how to deliver the masterful presentation and make the close the natural conclusion. And AI is embedded into our entire sales process, how we train. So for example, we'll train a salesperson on the first few steps of the sales process. And part of the assignment for the coming day is they got to record themselves on AI actually going through it. So as sales reps are learning the methodology, they're also formulating the habit of recording themselves, listening to themselves, and fine-tuning their own communication skills. At the end of our training, at the end of 2 weeks, we test and certify all these sales warriors as fluent at the art of the in-home sale. We test and certify them. Well, how can we test and certify reps at scale? AI allows us to do that. Reps are recorded using speech analytics on an app that's AI-based, going through the foundational scripts and sales strategies of our system, and the AI automatically grades and scores them on script adherence, tonality, pacing, voice inflection, everything, instantaneously. So that allows us to essentially provide legendary training for the modern world for unlimited amounts of people, and this would not be possible if it weren't for AI. In Grouse University, we're training reps all over the country. How are we going to have any visibility on what the hell is happening when they get done with the training to make sure that they're on track? So AI allows us to have that X-ray vision now. Even though we're virtually training reps all over the United States, AI allows us to see precisely how these top closers are navigating the system. So even if we're doing virtual meetings with these teams, we can speak to the data precisely what the team needs to grow and evolve in their profession to take their sales skills to the next level. It's one of the ultimate tools of accountability. And I just tell you, if you're a sales leader and owner, you got to get on board with this stuff. It's going to change your life, and it's going to eliminate a lot of headaches. Because you can finally have the culture of accountability you've always dreamed of, and you're no longer playing the guessing game, shooting in the dark, right? I always say historically, and I can relate to this from my experience, when I was coaching my salespeople, I had a lot of times sort through a lot of the excuses on what they thought happened secondhand, which is not always the truth, right? Salespeople do exaggerate, or they're not entirely truthful about why a sales encounter ended a certain way. And through that secondhand information and the excuses, I'd have to figure out, okay, how can I course correct and coach the salesperson to get them back on track? Which you're going to have mixed results with that type of policy. So now, instead of just hearing all the excuses, I can actually get to the nitty gritty and exactly what is happening and make it data driven. So you as a sales coach are going to be exponentially more efficient, and you're going to be able to target your training and your weekly sales meetings precisely what your team needs. So what's AI going to be doing in the coming year? It's going to transform sales warriors into absolute sales superstars. It's an absolute gift for sales organizations, sales leaders, and owners. You're going to be able to build an absolute sales powerhouse that dominates the competition. So any of those companies that are not diving in and embracing this, give yourself the upper hand. Start using speech analytics. Start using AI. Just start, one thing at a time. One thing I don't condone is buying all the AI all at once, because there's all these shining new AI objects coming out of the woodwork. And of course, Gross University, we're partners with Channel Automation. If you're not using Channel Automation for all of your marketing and speed to lead and SMS and social media and all this stuff, you got to get on board with that stuff. But there's a lot of true, we call them the OGs of AI in the industry that have been in here for a while. They're not coming out of the woodwork with no experience. But be very careful, and if you're looking for any recommendations on AI technologies, you can talk to Vic Sarm from Channel Automation, you can talk to Gross University, we'd love to help you. But if you want any more information on Gross University and our training programs, you can go to grossuniversity.com. You can follow Dominic Caminata on social media. I got my Facebook and LinkedIn. There's not a lot of us around Dominic Caminata, so I'm pretty easy to find. And we'd love to help you build a sales powerhouse. Whether you're looking for mentors for your sales leadership, you're looking for sales training, we're fully bilingual, which is first of its kind in the home improvement space. And we actually have a whole new talent solution service now. It's no secret that recruiting is a pain point that a lot of companies are experiencing. So which means Gross University has the ability right now to recruit, interview, hire, train, onboard, test, and certify sales warriors, marketers, canvassers, leaders at scale for your business. So if you're looking for an organization you can align with that can help supercharge your growth so you can work on your business, not in your business, let us do the heavy lifting. Reach out to us. We'd love to help you. And again, I just want to say thanks to Vic Sarm and Channel Automation for giving us this opportunity. And as always at Gross University, yes, you are closing.
We have some questions.
Okay, good questions. Q&A time.
Go ahead, Casey. Go ahead, Casey.
All right, I got some questions from the audience. So I was wondering, especially because a lot of companies are dealing with high turnover in the sales department, how long does it take for somebody who's never done sales before to become a good salesperson, or even like a sales superstar?
Yeah, of course, this is contingent upon what product service you offer. Somebody that sells full design build is going to have a longer training cycle than somebody that does the one-day bath or replacing windows. So for me to properly train and spool up a salesperson for windows or the one-day bath, typically it was about 4 or 5 weeks. And there's a lot that goes into spooling up a salesperson. But the thing I just want to make sure everyone understands is you got to find a way to test and certify your reps. So it's amazing what people are capable of doing when they have to be. All right? So you need to have a sales training system where they're going through the sales process, getting trained, whether it's 2 or 3 weeks in the classroom. But at the end of the finish line, they need to know that they're going to be tested and certified. And we always had a minimum threshold of 85% or better they had to score in the final exam before they would ever be issued a lead independently. So that is absolutely vital. Because if you don't have that deadline, right, any goal without a deadline is like smoke in the wind. If they don't have to learn it, very few people will actually do it. So make sure you find a way to test and certify your reps. But I'd say, for roofing, siding, windows, one-day bath, a 4 or 5 week training process, including ride-alongs, is what I typically see to properly spool up a sales professional. But I just want to be clear that you can give the best training a sales rep has ever had in the history of their life, But where companies truly drop the ball is after the training's over. So how much does a sales rep retain after you go through a 2, 3, or 4 week training in the classroom? How much of it do they actually retain? 10% or less? Do you want to spend all this money on these expensive leads with only 10% of the sales skills in their memory? So the brain is like a bucket with a hole in the bottom, right? So what you really got to focus on, of course, giving the world-class initial onboarding and training, but really making sure you have a comprehensive post-training molding and support system where they're constantly getting that lane assist. So I always thought of my sales leadership as lane assist for my salespeople, because bad habits form, things get omitted and skipped over time. So my goal is if they start drifting off course, I'm there to steer them back on track. The best thing you can think of is not just training a top performer, it's keeping them. And salespeople are going to work with you longer, they're going to stick around if they're constantly getting that support, if they're getting the tools and resources to succeed and make money. So I would really take it serious that post-training education is what can truly make or break it. So I'd say on average for like home improvement, home services, 4 weeks, 5 weeks is a really good entire training time, but it clicks differently for everybody. I've had salespeople that come out of the gate, their first month in the game, and they're the top on the leaderboard because they're fresh out of the training, they're sharp as an axe, and they're fired with enthusiasm. But I've also had salespeople where it's like month 2 or month 3, it finally clicks and they come out of the gate swinging for the fences. So make sure that you are investing. One thing I don't condone is sink or swim sales cultures, where they give them a decent training, but then it's just sink or swim beyond that. They don't give them any post-training molding and support. So it's very hands-on. So make sure you have somebody that can be in the trenches with your reps. This virtual speech analytics software, this AI stuff is absolutely incredible. It's priceless, but it still doesn't replace the need for somebody to ride along and observe them in the home and do either an observational or demonstrational ride-along. If you're a sales leader watching this, if you work with Gross University, I'm a broken record with this stuff, but I constantly talk about leading by example. So one thing that you should be equipped to do as a sales leader is first, you should know the playbook that you're teaching and preaching forwards and backwards, because how the hell are you ever going to coach a team if you don't know the plays? And secondly, I should be so confident in the selling system that at any point in time, I could do a demonstrational ride-along, have a sales rep observe me following the step-selling system, because if we're being honest, we can talk about this stuff philosophically in the classroom all day long, but seeing is believing. A lot of times, these salespeople just simply need to see a salesperson or their leader follow the system the way it was trained in the classroom and have that lead to a successful outcome. So you need to be prepared to do that. So I'd say if your initial training is 4 or 5 weeks, there's still time after that where you got that post-training molding support doing observational, demonstrational ride-alongs. Also, I like to use the analogy, it's kind of like the sport of curling, the Olympic sport where you got this big disc, the big stone, you're gliding on the ice. So it's like in the training, I'm sliding that rock over the ice and then I release it. And then I'm also the guys with the brooms, steering that damn thing in the right direction so it hits its target. So there's a lot of examples I can use, but give them more world-class training, test and certify your reps, and make sure you don't forget to provide ongoing training support so they continue going in the right direction.
Perfect. All right, cool. I know a lot of people were looking for that kind of information in terms of what the best way to do that without turnover are. I do have one more here. What's the balance look like between pushing for a sale and making the homeowner feel comfortable?
Yeah, so you cannot close somebody unless they're comfortable and relaxed. So there's a lot of sales strategy and psychology to how we train. One thing that we train extensively on is the art of being able to use takeaways throughout the entire closing sequence. So now, a lot of salespeople, one of the big problems they have is they actually try to overcome objections prematurely. So for example, if you go into a house, some of you salespeople watching this, sometimes you get blindsided with an objection right at the front door. Has anyone ever tried to cancel the appointment right at the front door, right? Do you have a program response in your arsenal you can deliver without coming across confrontational or too aggressive or pushy? So your tonality makes a big difference here, right? Have you ever walked into a house and the homeowner says something to the effect like, just so you know, we're not going to buy today. Or just so you know, if your windows are over $500 a window, we can terminate this meeting. One problem salespeople have is they get into that, they try to overcome that objection too early, and they talk themselves right out of the house. So one of the best sales skills that we train on at Gross University, and this is used throughout the sales process, and and even at the beginning stages of the close to keep the pressure off, is we use takeaways, which is a pressure release valve, and we train salespeople to ignore objections. Okay? So hypothetically, let's say I deliver my total investment, and the prospect says, well, just so you know, we're not going to buy it right now. We got to think about it. I say, hey, no sweat, John and Mary. That's why we guarantee that total investment for 30 days. Take as much time as you need. Now, let me ask you a question. If and when you were to move forward with a project like this, how would you handle it? And then I just go right into my closing sequence. What an amateur salesperson would do is when the prospect says, just so you know, we're not going to buy it today, immediately they start trying to solve that objection. And what it does is, unintentionally, it activates that prospect's fight or flight response. Because when a prospect objects to a sales warrior, they're bracing for and preparing for the fact that they're going to get an argument. And what an argument is as soon as they object, you immediately try to start solving and overcoming it. So one skill set you want to develop as a sales warrior is called pattern painting. And basically what you're doing is the opposite of what they're expecting you're going to do. So when I use a takeaway, when I relate to them as a human being with a genuine concern and I ignore the objection and just keep following the road back to the sale, it keeps them comfortable and relaxed. It keeps the pressure off. And we want the homeowner to feel, think, and believe they're not required to make any decisions whatsoever when we're there. Okay, this is going to sound ridiculous, but one thing I talk about when I'm training salespeople, raise your hand if you've ever been in a bar fight. Okay, raise your hand. Yeah, you've been in a bar fight. So, now, when you're in a bar fight, let me ask you a question. How does that usually unfold? Do you go up to the other person, tap them on the shoulder, and say, hello there, I just want to let you know I'm not happy with you right now, and I'm about to punch you right in the mouth. You ready? Do you telegraph the punch? What typically happens in a bar fight? You blindside the person, right? Out of nowhere. You don't tell them what's going to happen. And the same thing is true in sales. And again, this is not to be malicious. This is not to be, aggressive and pushy or trying to force somebody to do something they don't want to do. But I don't want to telegraph the close. Because if I telegraph the close too early and I don't remain in the if and when stage and use takeaways and ignore objections and demonstrate empathy and pattern paints and all these sales skills that we train on, their guard's going to be up. And it's easy to unintentionally kick in their fight or flight response, okay? So I just want to be clear about something that a lot of people don't talk about. When any sales warrior is at the negotiating table, both you, the salesperson, and the prospect are tiptoeing on the edge of fight or flight. It's easy for you as a salesperson to get your fight or flight response triggered if they aggressively object to you or reject you. It activates your fight or flight reaction, and you go brain dead. We've all experienced that. And the same thing holds true. If they object and immediately I'm jumping down their throat trying to solve, it's going to activate their fight or flight response, their guard's going to go up, their mind's going to be completely shut off, and you just talk yourself out of the sale. So takeaways, pressure release valves, ignoring objections. There's a lot of sales strategies that we train where the top closers can seemingly close for unlimited amounts of time, and instead of burning through all the trust and rapport they work so hard to earn throughout the sales encounter, they're continuing to build on trust because no one's communicated to them in that form and historically throughout the other sales encounters they're involved with amateur salespeople. So yeah, pattern painting, ignoring objections, and using takeaways. This is why we call this a velvet hammer. Because as a salesperson, I'm going into a house with a buy or die mentality. I'm going to throw out the wishbone and grow a backbone. I'm here to earn their business, but I'm doing it in such a high level, high integrity, professional manner, giving them such a world-class education, and using takeaways and hypotheticals and ignoring objections, the homeowner feels and believes it was their decision the entire time. Nothing was forced upon them. I just want to address one last topic. If you offer a discount or an incentive or a reward to move forward, that is not why they're buying from you. A lot of companies have this weird idea that the discount they offer on the first visit or the second visit, whatever, to earn their business, that's why they're buying. So they have these ridiculous promotions like buy one, get one free, or 50% off the whole project. How credible do you look as a salesperson? You work all this time, 2 or 3 hours, to build all this value, and the first thing you do at the negotiating table is throw all these discounts at the homeowner until they roll over and buy it. That's not selling, that's order taking, and more often than not, you lose credibility and trust by doing that. So when it comes to discounting at the negotiating table, you understand that less is more. And when I can stick to my guns and not be so hell-bent on these massive price drops, I'm going to maintain more trust and credibility. And ultimately, it's going to allow me to turn in the most profitable sale I can for my company, myself, and my team. So there's a lot of training we have on the subject. Some salespeople will take offense to this, but I say there's a lot of sales warriors out there that are pretty good at closing, but if we're honest with ourselves, most of them suck ass at negotiating. So negotiation is absolutely vital. And how you get good at negotiating, first and foremost, is doing a masterful presentation. Make sure you build enough value. And then when you're at the negotiating table, not being so hell-bent on these massive discounts. All the discount or reward or incentive to move forward should be is a small little nudge for that homeowner to purchase the product now that they already plan on buying from you anyway. So they already want to buy it from you. They actually desire to work with you and your company, your product. We're just giving them a small little incentive to get the process going slightly sooner. And that's all that should be. It's not this massive Hail Mary and you hope to God that it's a big enough discount where they buy. So just wanted to be clear about that. Any other questions?
That one is the last one on my list, and I want to thank you very much for your time that you had here. And you're an excellent speaker. I know you already know that, but it's pretty awesome hearing you go through your expertise on the sales process. So again, if you're in the audience and you want to get a little bit more information about Grossi University or Dominic Caminata, you can go to GrossiUniversity.com, or you can also go to LinkedIn. They always are updating LinkedIn with some pretty awesome advice and videos. And thank you very much.
Yeah, can I just say one more thing? So if you want, if you go on Grossi University's YouTube channel, we have, I don't even know, I think 350 videos on there. Our free content is better than most of the other paid content out there. But if you want a free education, it's not going to cost you anything. Just go on our YouTube channel. There's hundreds of hours of free sales training you can start watching right away. And even just go on our YouTube channel, invest in some time, you're going to take your sales skills to the next level. But of course, we'd love the opportunity to reach out. I just want to say thanks to Vic. So my voice is normally more clear than this, but I just celebrated my 40th birthday, and I'm a big karaoke fan. I was singing the night away. It was absolutely a blast, but that's why my voice isn't quite as clear as it normally is. But thanks to Channel Automation, thanks to all of you, and on behalf of Grossi University, yes, you are a closer.
Thank you very much. And we will be starting our next session in about 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Go ahead and do a bathroom break if you need it, and we'll be back soon with some more expert advice.
you feel okay. If you're upright and your eyes are open in Las Vegas at 11 a.m., you're doing okay. But now, hopefully, nobody gets sued into oblivion in 2026. That is what we're going to try to avoid. So let's just kind of talk through where we're at right now in the TCPA landscape and where we're headed. So right now, we know that there's a massive influx of TCPA litigation. More, frankly, cases this year so far than last year. In fact, twice as many so far year to date. So when you go back to last year, 2024, that was the #1 year ever for TCPA class litigation. And here we are in 2025, and we've literally doubled the, I'm going to have to go a little bit higher with the microphone, they're telling me. It might be a little louder. Okay. So 2025, we have doubled the number of TCPA class actions we saw from last year. And hopefully you know that any TCPA class action is potentially a business ender. I mean, this is the biggest litigation threat, certainly, that faces your business. If you get sued in one of these, hopefully you know this, it's $500 per call that you've made over the last 4 years. If you're doing high volume outreach to customers or your customers, I mean, this is very easily a $1 billion lawsuit that you're just staring down. So, obviously that's what Trout and Mean, that's my firm, this is what we do, this is what we defend. We try to protect people when they do get sued in these kind of monster lawsuits, but we really prefer to help people to not get sued in the first place, which is what this is all about. All right, so as we think through what 2026 is going to hold, we know that 2025 litigation is skyrocketing. I don't see any reason why 2026 would not continue the trend. The plaintiffs' lawyers are very hungry. They love money, right? I mean, who doesn't? And they view their job just like many of you do, which is it's a business, right? And what you want to do with a successful business, you want to scale it. So these plaintiffs' lawyers, they're sharks, they're very talented, they're very intelligent, they know their law very well, they know their game very well. And so in 2025, we saw them start expanding, and in 2026, I don't think that's going to slow down, guys. They've been very successful. A large number of TCPA class certifications we're going to talk about here in a second. 2025 is kind of a breakout year for the plaintiffs' bar, not just in terms of filing, but in terms of, frankly, winning, right? I mean, for many years in TCPA class actions, they would bring these cases, they would push them forward to a degree, but then ultimately they were just trying to settle a case, right? They just wanted money in their pocket. The last couple of years, 3-4 years, you start to see a little bit more of a trend where these guys are kind of really pushing the cases harder. And just this year, I feel like we've reached this weird point where the majority of cases that are class actions are being filed actually with the full intention of pushing these things all the way through, all the way to certification, maybe all the way to judgment, to try to get the class settlement. Now, these are the 8-figure settlements. Now, I think you guys know, I run TCPAworld.com, right? If you go to TCPAworld.com right now, and you search for TCPA settlement, you're going to see like a dozen 8-figure TCPA class action settlements from 2025 alone, right? And this is what the plaintiffs' lawyers are really after. They're not after, I remember the old days, you go to LeadsCon and they tell you, these litigators, these scumbags, these trolls, they just want $2,500 and they'll go away. They want $5,000 and they'll go away. And, there is a population of those to this day. But the majority of these guys, especially in the class action setting, especially guys like Greenwald and Bas Kazaruni and of course Anthony Peronic and Avi Kaufman, right? The big names in this space, they're not looking to get paid off, right? And I kind of, when I bring in a new client and they're like, oh, these guys, they're just going to take $10K, and it's like Anthony Peronic on the other side in a pre-recorded voicemail case with no consent. I'm like, yeah, man, they're not going to take $10K. You would be lucky to get out for $100K on an individual basis. So, again, and from a trajectory standpoint, we're seeing the plaintiffs' lawyers file more, and we're seeing them be more aggressive and have more staying power than we've ever seen in past years. And oh, by the way, the courts are helping them out, right? And so let's talk about that. When we look at 2025, and we're kind of thinking through what's going to happen in 2026, the rules are changing, but they're not changing in the way that we're used to rules changing. Meaning, the FCC hasn't come out and done anything different necessarily, although there is an NPRM, and we're going to talk about that. But the biggest change is not Congress did something, it's not the states did something, it's not the FCC did something. The biggest change is the courts. The courts, remember, every judge in federal court is supposed to apply the law. But when the law is written in a way that's unclear, because we send people who aren't lawyers to Congress to write our laws, right? And so we get bad laws that don't make sense. So what that results in is every judge ends up having a ton of power. And when you make outreach to your consumer, to your customer, to your near customer, you want to know for sure, right? Is this legal or is this not legal? That's what you want. That's what you come, in theory, to Troutman and Mean for. You come to us to tell you what you can do, what you can't do. The problem, though, is because the law is so vague, the regulations are so loose, and because the Supreme Court recently held that courts no longer have to defer to the FCC, they no longer have to listen to the FCC at all. Now, the district courts, right, these individual judges in federal court, have more power than they've ever had before. And in theory, that's fine, because when you get sued, they've got power to help you or power to hurt you. So it's good from a certain perspective for them to have more power, because that power could work in your favor. But when you're talking about compliance, when you're talking about, is this red, yellow, green, is it black, is it white, it's very challenging sometimes to see these lines when you've got courts that can just kind of decide for themselves what they think the law is or isn't. Let me give you an example. Text messages, SMS, right? Great channel. We love to communicate via SMS. Consumers like SMS. Great for appointment setting. A little bit less effective when it comes to, driving them top of funnel. But certainly, right, once they're kind of engaging with you and you're trying to get that window appointment set up or whatever it is you're trying to get set up, using SMS to kind of get these guys to show up at the right time or to have your crew there at the right time with the customer, it's very, very valuable. Last year, I would have told you without question, right, text messages, SMS, constitute a call for purposes of the TCPA's D&C rules. But today, that's not clear. There are 3 courts so far, the Northern District of Florida, Central District of Illinois, and Middle District of Florida, who have held that text messages are not subject to the D&C rules. Now, they're still subject to other rules. We'll talk about that. But they're not subject to the TCPA's D&C rule according to 3 courts. But guess what? 3 other courts have said the opposite. They've said that, yes, a text message is a call, and if you send an SMS message, you have to comply with the D&C rules. So that kind of gives you a pretty clear, pretty stark example of where we're at right now. We've got judges that are free in ways they've never been free before to go off and, on the one hand, maybe help you, and on the other hand, maybe hurt you, which it's not a great place, right? No one gets warm and fuzzy when you're thinking, well, I just want to call somebody, I just want to text somebody, I just want to know if it's legal or not. So, obviously, when we find ourselves in these kind of situations, we need to be conservative. I mean, look, maybe you guys are gamblers, we're in Vegas, right? Hey, maybe you're thinking, well, 50-50 shot, maybe the judge I get in front of agrees that an SMS message isn't subject to D&C rules, and I'm willing to take that chance. Now, understand, you're gambling your business, because if that court takes the other line, that's a $1 billion lawsuit, right? So certainly, in my view, you want to be conservative. But this new kind of wild, wild west is opening up opportunities for some folks that want to be a little bit more aggressive. But so let's just remind ourselves, before we go too far, of what the general law is under the TCPA, okay? Hopefully you guys already know this, but just to make sure. Right, we've got 2 big restrictions, 2 major regulations under the TCPA. You've got the regulated technology provisions, right? Thou shalt not use an auto dialer, pre-recorded voice, artificial voice, RVM, IVR, and importantly, right, AI voice. Generative AI voice is covered as regulated technology, thou shalt not use any of that technology without the appropriate level of consent when you're contacting a cell phone, right? So that's your regulated technology provision. If you are using that technology, you must have the appropriate level of consent, period. We'll come back to that. On the other hand, this is what I was just telling you about a second ago, the D&C rules, right? The D&C rules say thou shalt not use any form of contact via SMS, probably, and via voice channel, certainly, to a phone number that's a residential phone number on the national D&C list. Now, if any of you are doing straight B2B, well, you might say, oh, the D&C rules don't apply to me. Well, maybe. If you are contacting a cell phone that belongs to, I don't know, a contractor or a business owner, and they use that phone, right, as their personal phone, then that is still going to be a residential phone number. So keep that in mind. And oh, by the way, even if you are doing B2B, and even if it is to a truly business phone number, you still have to comply with the regulated technology provisions. But let's assume that we're doing contact to consumers, right? So when we're doing contact to consumers on a residential phone number, under the D&C rules, right, you cannot contact a phone number on the D&C list for marketing purposes, and that's very broad, right? We'll talk about some examples of that, unless you have express invitation or permission, which has to be in writing, or an inquiry, or an established business relationship. And again, we're just reminding ourselves of these rules, which I hope you guys already know. In the transactional setting, if you've done business with this consumer before, right, they bought something from you, you replaced their windows, whatever it is that you did for them, you give them a bathtub, guess what? You can contact that consumer manually, not using regulated technology, right? Manually, you can contact that consumer for 18 months, even if they're on the D&C list, to try to sell something else, right? They got a bathroom from you, you can try to sell them a kitchen, try to sell them a closet, try to sell them some windows. That's perfectly allowed, as long as they haven't told you to stop, right? If the consumer says stop, all done, that established business relationship has gone away. Inquiry, right, gives you 90 days. What's an inquiry? That's just, the customer's like, hey, I'm interested in hearing about X. Whatever it is, again, your windows, bigger services are, solar, whatever it is. If they tell you that they're interested in hearing about that, even if there is no purchase, you can do an outreach to them, again, manually, not using regulated technology, manually. You can connect with them for 90 days, voice or SMS, and you don't have to worry about the D&C rule. So that's great. So let's assume, though, that you want to use your regulated technology. We're going to move over to regulated technology real quick. And again, this is all the lay of the land today. Not much of this is going to change into 2026. So that's the good news, right? This is somewhat static, although, as I told you, the courts are more free than they've ever been to cause havoc. Let's look at an example, right? Today, we think you have to have express written consent for marketing messages and calls using regulated technology, right? We've heard this for years. Express written consent. That's been the rule since 2013. That's like 12 years now. We've been getting express written consent. And we probably still do need express written consent, but again, after that big Supreme Court ruling, now there's an argument that all you need is express consent. Well, what's the difference? Well, honestly, it's not that clear because there's not a big body of case law that's been developed looking at the difference between express written consent and express consent because they've been the application of the FCC rules for 12 years, as I just told you. So to the extent the courts want to move away from prior express written consent, which they may or may not do, now you've got the question of, all right, well, what does prior express consent mean? Because you definitely have to have that. That's what the statute says. Now, there was a case in the Ninth Circuit called Satterfield, and it says that's consent that is clearly and unmistakably stated. In the 11th Circuit, you guys have probably heard that big IMC decision, right, that struck down the FCC's one-to-one rule. You might remember that. They adopted the same standard, consent that is clearly and unmistakably stated. So this could end up being, right, your new paradigm. where the consent has to be clear and unmistakable, but it might not have to be in writing, and it might not have to have any magic words, right? We know today express written consent, as we think of it, requires the Troutman 9, right? There's 9 things you have to set. You have to identify who's going to call and for what purpose, and what technology is going to be used, and you have to have that little, the consent is not a requirement of any good or service. All the requirements of the Troutman 9 to have the valid consent form. In the future, it is possible, but we don't know yet, but it is possible the courts are going to move away from that kind of formulaic recitation of consent and accept more free-form consents from consumers. Again, maybe not even in writing, maybe over the phone, right? Wouldn't that be cool? But again, though, it does need to be clear and unmistakable, right? So, it can't be, hey, can I call you about X when you're really going to call about Y? It can't be, hey, can I call you about X, but really somebody else is going to be calling about X and not you, right? So if we kind of think through lead gen, we think through agencies, we think through how we're going to be engaging with consumers, what tools we're going to be using, it's time to kind of start thinking through, right, what does clear and unmistakable mean, right? What avenues, what opportunities might be open to me that weren't open to me before, right, as the case law develops. Now, how are you going to know what the case law is? Well, hopefully you've got yourself a good lawyer, but either way, follow tcpaworld.com, right? We break down every case every day. We do it for free, there's no barriers. You just subscribe and you get free information, and as these cases start breaking, I will definitely kind of give you guys the update in terms of what's required and what's not. All right, so as we're kind of examining, right, the line between marketing and non-marketing, right, because again, today, marketing, regulated technology, express written consent. Non-marketing, regulated technology, express consent. So lower form of consent, as I was telling you, right? In the future, it all might collapse into express consent, but today we know informational messages only require express consent. That's a lower level of consent that doesn't have to be in writing. And usually the courts say, look, if the consumer gave you the phone number, right, even if there's no disclosures around it, you're allowed to leverage regulated technology to contact that consumer for non-marketing purposes. Example, the consumer's coming into your funnel, they are interested in dealing with you, and you want to send out automated SMS messages using regulated technology to set an appointment, right? That is arguably informational, right? We're just trying to complete the transaction of having the window install or whatever it is that you're doing, right? So those messages could theoretically, and I think in most courts, would be sent without written consent, even if you're using regulated technology. So that's a good thing, right? So there's an avenue for people to engage consumers for non-marketing purposes, but then there's the line, right? What's the line between marketing and non-marketing? And I'll give you, I don't have any really, really good home services examples, but I'm going to give you, the classic example is the mortgage example, right? Hey, Bob, just to let you know, mortgage rates have dropped, right? Obviously, you're sending that message, it's informational. But why does the mortgage agent send that? The LO sends that because they want that customer to, right, get a refinance. That's why you're telling them, hey, mortgage rates have dropped. It's much lower than the mortgage that you had, even though it's an informational statement. Obviously, the purpose is to sell. The closest example I have in home services off the top of my head is the Mario's air conditioning case. And this is a really interesting one because the Category 5 hurricane was coming down, beating down on Florida. Apparently, I don't know this about air conditioners, so I'm not super handy, but you guys are. I'm told that if a hurricane hits and your air conditioner is not the switch is not off or the fuse isn't off, whatever you call it, again, not handy at all, but there could be like a very big damage to your AC. There could be a surge and your AC could be shut down. And when you're talking about the heat of a southern summer, right, and you're talking about an elderly population, if these guys don't know to hit the fuse box and save their AC, these guys could be in real trouble if that hurricane knocks out their AC and they can't get restored for 2 or 3 weeks when it's 98 degrees and 98% humidity, right? So Mario's AC sent out a message that said, don't forget to turn off the fuse or unfuse, whatever the language is. Forgive me for being a lawyer and having absolutely no practical skills whatsoever. And just said, it's all said, and then the last line was, "We're here to help." And the court said that last line of "we're here to help" is all it took to convert what would otherwise have been an informational message and turn it into a marketing message. Now, I gotta tell you, I don't agree with that, but as I already told you, these courts have a lot of power, right? Individually. You take that exact same scenario, you give it to 10 judges, probably 6 or 7 are going to say that's not marketing, but 3 or 4 are going to say that it is. And this case found that it was, right? So again, there's not going to be a bright line rule here. What I will say is that the proper way of looking at the issue is not what the content of the message is, but what the context and intent of the sender is. Because the way the regulation is written looks at the purpose of the call or the text, not the content of the call or the text. So as I like to tell people, it's not what you say, it's what's in your heart, right? If you're trying to drive revenue by marketing, even if you're doing it using informational words, that's probably going to be treated as a marketing message. That's true today, it's true in the future as well. So let's talk about, now I've kind of gave you the lay of the land, let's talk about a few changes moving to 2026. The biggest block of changes are coming out of the NPRM that the FCC just adopted at the last open meeting. There's a few items here. They're not super TCPA. There's only a couple that are like TCPA, meaning altering the private right of action. But there's going to be a lot of changes when it comes to deliverability. And I don't know how many challenges you folks are facing or not facing, getting registered, TCR, getting your text messages through, getting your voice traffic through. We know there's a tremendous amount of pressure right now on the carriers, right? There's honeypots everywhere. Carriers are shutting down traffic. They're getting shut down. It's kind of a really challenging time to really just try to be engaging with consumer over the phone, and kind of period. Like just deliverability alone is a major obstacle, and then even if you can successfully get your message through, you have to worry about, right, the TCPA getting sued. But some of the new changes are, for instance, if there's an A-level attestation, right, the commission is suggesting that they have to carry the CNAM, right, the full name of the entity. We know that if you are doing marketing messages, hopefully you know this, right, you cannot hide your caller ID information. In fact, you have to transmit your name. Right, that is already the law. If you don't do that, it's a $500 violation, right? If you are sending a message or a call and not including your name in the message or your name as part of the CNAM, right, part of the caller ID, that's going to be violating the law. It's a $500 violation. If you are working with a third party, a lead vendor who is doing outreach, they can use either your name, right, as the party that's going to receive the transfer if it's exclusive. Obviously, if it's not exclusive, they're not going to know who that call is going to be transferred to necessarily. So then they, the lead generator, has to display their full accurate name. Do not be working with a lead generator that is not following this rule, because if you do, you're on the hook for it. Isn't that great? So those rules are getting more robust under the new NPRM. We also are seeing a very interesting potential change, which is actually the end of the abandonment rules, maybe. Now, I'm going to share this with you, but I'm hesitant because I'm not sure this is going to happen. I think right now you probably know there's a 3% abandonment rule limit, right? You can't have more than 3% of calls result in dead air to a consumer. You got 2 seconds, right, from the time the consumer says hello to get an agent on that phone. If you fail, you have to play that pre-recorded call. And regardless of whether or not you play the pre-recorded message, you have abandoned a call. You only get 3% of those per campaign, right? So hopefully you guys already know that. What's fascinating, though, is that the commission is thinking about getting rid of that abandonment rule. And that's just wild. To me, that's just crazy. Because, I mean, look, you guys know how this works, right? Today, you get your predictive dialers, or you've got maybe your previews. You know, you're doing a three-line assignment, a 5-line assignment, right? You're trying to get that secret sauce where you're kind of driving agent efficiency and maintaining that, 2.5, 2.8% abandonment people like to see in call centers. But now, if you get rid of the call center, get rid of the abandonment rule, I mean, there's really no incentive for these agents to not be cranking up to, a 10-line assignment, a 20-line assignment, right? So it's going to get pretty bleak out there. Now, obviously, you guys, if you're good entities that don't want to harass consumers, you're unlikely to be reaching out to your own customers in that light. But the problem is that, again, if you're buying leads, right, these middlemen, the lead generators, they're buying data, they've got a BPO, they've got a call center, they're doing outbounds, it's non-exclusive. What incentive do they have not to go up to 20 and just start just hammering people, dropping calls left, right, and center, and ultimately, right, these people find these phone numbers, they track it back, and if you end up, right, buying a lead that resulted in a call that was dropped a couple of times to a litigator who was pissed and then stayed on the line, right, played the game, you know how these guys do, pretend to be interested, end up in your lap. I mean, that's a really bad situation, right? So I want everyone to understand that the rules are evolving in a way that the lead generators, the middlemen, the guys that don't have any brand stake, right, because the consumers never know really who they are, there's going to be opportunity for these guys to get more aggressive than ever before. Now, again, there might be opportunity there from like a pricing perspective, but ultimately, right, these leads are going to carry a lot of risk, and people are going to be getting hammered. And if this comes to pass, and you just really want to stay away from it, because ultimately, the regulators, even if the individual people cannot sue you in a TCPA class action, the regulators still can. And speaking of the regulators, hopefully you all know this is in the medical insurance vertical. This is not in home services. But hopefully you guys saw what happened to Assurance IQ and Media Alpha, right? I mean, these guys were really not doing anything different than anybody else, right? They were making representations regarding the availability of, in this case, insurance products. There were suggestions, perhaps, that these were comprehensive policies, and maybe they weren't. Or there were suggestions, perhaps, that they were ACA or Obamacare, and maybe they were, not. There were suggestions, perhaps, that these were unlimited policies, and in fact there was limits, right? So there's like suggestions, but if you actually go back and look at the words that were spoken or the content that was being displayed on social media, it was not really that different than the slick sales stuff that you see really in every vertical, right? So the FTC, this is Trump's FTC, by the way. This is not Biden's FTC that just hammered them for $145 million. I'm not sure if I gave you the punchline. $145 million in penalties against Assurance IQ, $100 million, Media Alpha, $45 million, consent decree, basically take over their business in the U65 space. So if you are buying leads, right, or if you are selling leads, which I don't think many of you are, just understand that there is this intense regulator scrutiny, even from the FTC, even in the Trump environment, that could easily splash back to you, right? Again, in this context, it was the lead sellers that got hammered, but also some of the buyers have been hammered for $100 million, $40 million penalties in the past as well. And again, the lead buyers are very often, right, going to be held liable, like you're pregnant with it, right? Like if you bought that lead either from a data push, right, because they did something illegal in a content form somewhere, they promised, $25 a month solar for life, and you buy that lead and you can't deliver, or they promise, $100 off a window, and you're like, what the hell are you talking about, right? You can't honor that, right? All of that can splash back onto you. You can be liable for it, so you need to be aware of what the offers are that are being made, right, upstream. But again, the more pertinent risk from a TCPA perspective is when that transfer comes in, that warm transfer comes in, right, or when you buy a data set and you make an outbound call, right, there's a risk there every single time. In the transfer setting, you don't know what happened at the call center. You don't know, right, where the lead came from. And sure, you might get a token from Journaya or Active Prospect, but many times, right, that token came from a broker who got it from a publisher network, who got it from a publisher in Belgrade, and maybe it was aged, right? And maybe, even if it's not aged, can you really rely on that? Meaning, can you go back and prove that event actually took place? Recognizing that the Journaya and Active Prospect, although they're helpful, right, can be very challenging to get those into evidence. On the other hand, for instance, we had a case for Spark Energy. You probably heard about this. Trump and Amin had a huge win for them. They tried to get the case certified. The plaintiffs tried to get the case certified, TCPA class action, and we were able to defeat certification because Spark Energy had such great policies, right? They never made an outbound call unless they actually took in the complete form, the complete certificate from Trusted Form and Active Prospect. They had it actually in their CRM, right? It wasn't like available. They could go get it if they wanted one, right? It wasn't just a token. It was the whole thing, right? And then once they had that certificate, then the process would be they would use a BPO to engage in outreach, right? Only consistent with the scope of the consent. And based upon these really good practices, they had great written policies, great written practices, obviously, we're their lawyers, we took good care of them, and we were able to defeat that case. And that is massive, right? If we lose that, that's theoretically hundreds of millions of dollars in liability. By winning that, guess what? That case is now worth $500, right? So you want to put yourself in the position where if you get sued, which hopefully you won't, if you get sued, and if these guys go all the way, that you are in a position to defend yourself. And again, as we look into the future and we look into the loosening of certain regulations, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be putting the pedal to the metal from a lead gen perspective. And again, with the courts being as haphazard as they are right now, you really, as the lead buyer, right, you really need to maintain the course and say, look, I don't care if you think you can do a 20-line assignment campaign now because the abandonment rules are in flux. No, right? I don't care if you think you can do cold call SMS messages because a couple of the courts have said SMS is not a DNC. No. I'm going to maintain my credibility, my brand, and protect myself from liability. Because remember, again, I cannot emphasize this enough, right? The risk is on you, right? These lead generators, they generally don't care. They're invisible. The consumers don't see them. They don't get sued directly, right? The brand gets sued. You get sued, right? So from their perspective, they're like, yeah, sure, whatever, right? They'll give you a lot of lip service. So you've got to be very aggressive to make sure that these guys are giving you good leads. Contracts got to be great, right? This has got to be something that you are actively negotiating. Hopefully you've got lawyers negotiating for you. And you've got a vendor questionnaire where these guys are answering your questions, coming forward with the disclosures, coming forward with their process, their flow, right? So you see that whole funnel, and you've got to be looking at it. Don't just look at the line at the end of the button, right? You got to look at the entire flow. Is this consumer being promised something that's not true? Is this consumer being sold solar, but then you're going to provide a window, right? When they are asking for solar information, and now you're going to call them to try to give them some Anderson window to install, right? You got to ask yourself, is this going to be enforceable? Because as I told you at the beginning of this, the courts are increasingly looking at online web forms and saying, the consumer was tricked, this was a dark pattern, I don't believe that the consumer actually meant to give express written consent in this way. The courts are being very aggressive, and again, they've got a lot of power. And I'm going to give you a couple horror stories real quick. I'm not sure what we're doing on time. I'm going to give you a couple horror stories. I mean, you guys know Lending Tree, right? I mean, these guys are like the first one in the space. I know that they are mortgage. I know that they're finance. I know they're not. At least I don't think they're doing home services leads. At least they didn't last time I checked. But there's now been two, not one, two class action certifications involving Lending Tree leads. Now, to be clear, that doesn't mean that Lending Tree has done anything wrong. That doesn't mean that the courts have found the leads are not enforceable. But what the courts have found is that they're going to decide that issue across millions of leads in a single lawsuit. And the defendants in those cases are either going to win, in which case, great, right? Now they've got something very bulletproof, or they're going to lose. And if they lose, it's hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And what's remarkable, for as long as Lending Tree has been around, for as long as this entire concept of lead gen, third-party forms, marketing partner hyperlists, right, thousands of partners, this entire castle is built upon sand in the sense that these concepts have really never been tested beyond a handful of cases from like 2013 and 2014. So you're looking at the fastest moving area of law, which is a TCPA, right? Nothing moves faster than the TCPA. And when we go to court, we as defense lawyers, right, trying to say that, yeah, you know, the consumer provided a lead, it was sold a couple of times, it ended up here, my name was on the form, yeah, hyperlink, there's 1,000 names on it, it's a different vertical, but still this is enforceable, right? The things that we assume, the things that are bedrock to lead buying and lead selling, there's like 2 cases on that, and they're 10 years old, right? And the new cases that are coming out, the courts are like, no, we're not going to be enforcing these forms. And again, more troublingly, we're going to certify cases so that if we decide we're not going to enforce the form, it's not going to be on a one-off basis with one guy that you owe him $500. It's going to be on behalf of the million leads that you bought, or the 100,000 or the 10,000 leads that you bought from that source, and you're going to be liable for all of them if that source did not comply with the law. So this is this is the scariest thing to me, right? I've told you there's some positive developments. Courts are more powerful, and they might use that power in a good way. It does create more uncertainty, but you know, truthfully, the law is trending after Trump took over toward less regulation, even though it's still pretty dangerous as I've laid out. But to me, the scariest thing that's happening right now is this development of courts being very aggressive on lead gen, not accepting the idea that the consumer clicked a button on some website that said continue, and that continue meant that they entered into a binding contract to allow thousands of people to call them, right? That's what you're up against. You're up against courts that are questioning the entire process and certifying the entire case. So what's to do, right? Again, you need to be thinking more today than you have in the past about owned and operated, right? You running your own sites, driving traffic to your own sites. Even there, be careful. Make sure you have bot detection. If you're going to be using affiliates, they will send bots to your site to fill out forms, and they will charge you for them. So, you know, even doing owned and operated when you're working with partners, there can be risk. But owned and operated is a really smart play right now, right? It's really smart to have your own lead gen funnels. It's really smart to have your own website to be developing for your own brand. But I know that's just not an option for everyone. Like, I know that. But my point is, as we go into 2026, right, these guys, these lead generators might feel more emboldened at the exact same time that the courts are being more aggressive, right? Because the regulations look like they're getting easier on lead gen, right? And they're going to tell you that. They're going to tell you we can do things now that we could never do before. What they're not going to tell you is that the courts are being more aggressive and reining them in to a degree that they never have before, right? So to me, as we think about our own processes, right, I'm sure you guys have good call centers, you've got good policies, practices, you've got a call center manager, you know you can't do outbound calls using regulated technology without the right level of consent, you're not doing cold calls, you're obeying the DNC rules, you've got the written DNC policy that's required, right, you're checking all these boxes, you've done a great job for yourself, but then you go and buy some leads and it's like this company just hacked you, right? Because of all this hard work to make sure that you're doing things the right way, these guys come in, if they're not doing things the right way, you're toast, right? And I get it. Oh, they're going to put in a contract, they'll indemnify you if they screw up, but you guys know how this works, right? You get sued. It's not like you can say, oh, judge, well, they're indemnifying me, so I'm going to go ahead and step out and they have to handle it. No, you're being sued. You're still there. And if that gavel comes down and the court determines that they screwed up, guess who's liable? You are. Now, maybe you can sue them in a separate lawsuit or in the same lawsuit and get contribution or have them pay you back some of the money. And in theory, that will happen as long as they have the money to pay you, right? And trust me, these lead generators, these guys are not all worthy gentlemen that keep their word. I mean, we can think about Liberty Mutual recently suing all web leads for $1.2 million because AWL sold them a lead and then left Liberty hanging on a class action and didn't defend it. Now, kudos to Liberty for going back after them. There's a few other examples of this. File Express Direct, right, sued Python leads. There's a few examples of this out there where lead buyers have said, no, forget this, I'm going after these guys. That's great. But the point is that most lead sellers, not all, right, there's Reach. You guys know Reach, right? Responsible Enterprises Against Consumer Harassment. That's that great trade organization with lead sellers who abide by the highest standards and stand behind their word, right? So if you're working with a Reach certified lead seller, that's very smart, right? Because you can trust those guys, generally speaking. I'm not aware of any breaches so far, but I mean, look, nothing's perfect, I suppose. Nothing's foolproof. Still do your diligence. But if you're buying a REACH certified lead, you're going to feel pretty good about that. But if these guys are not in REACH, if they're not like a really known quantity, and even if they are, I mean, All Web Leads is one of the biggest, right? They still didn't stand behind, allegedly, their indemnity provision, and they're being sued for it. So you just got to be very thoughtful. If you're going to be pinning your growth strategy on third-party leads, understand there's great upside. That upside can very often be felt immediately, right? And those of you that are in the legal departments or compliance, right, there's always this tug and pull because the sales guy, the marketing leader that wants to hit his bonus numbers this quarter, do it, right? Buy some leads, crank up the dialer, take some transfers. Magic, revenue goes up. Guess what happens? You don't get sued that quarter, do you? You generally don't get sued for another 3, 6 months or a year. So by the time the punishment comes for the uptick that you've got, the guy that wanted the uptick, maybe he's gone and moved on to a different company, right? You see this all the time. So you, as a responsible business owner, compliance officer, general counsel, whoever you are, you've got to be putting the brakes on these things because, again, we talked about the different incentives, right? Lead generators generally are not incentivized to be compliant, right? I mean, some of them are. They try to do things the right way. But most of the time, they are incentivized by volume, not compliance, right? Most of the time, your business people are incentivized to sell. They're incentivized by revenue, not compliance. So you, right, as the owner, the CEO, is going to have the ultimate responsibility, by the way, can be sued personally. Did I mention that? You guys know this, right? TCPA is the only substantive area of law where even if you are engaging in conduct on behalf of a company, you can still be sued personally, right? If you've got a call center and your call center manager or the VP of marketing or whoever puts together a campaign and that campaign is illegal, they can be sued personally. The CEO of small companies can be sued personally, right? So just keep in mind that there is risk and liability, and for every institution, somebody has got to be responsible for TCPA compliance. And I do mean responsible because, again, the incentives everywhere in this space are not for compliance. It's for revenue, it's for sales, it's for volume. But somebody's got to be responsible to say, stop, we're not going to allow that unless this law is being followed. Okay, I'm going to take a break. Do we have some questions? I think Vic mentioned that we might have some questions. If we don't, we can jump into a couple other topics here. But if we do have questions, then I'd love to answer some.
Yeah, I do got some questions here. Hi, how you doing? Oh, I probably got some feet on. Are you okay? All right. So basically, one of the people want to know here is, are AI-generated outreach messages safer or like more risky? Is there any sort of law surrounding that specifically, or is it the same as the SMS laws?
Oh no, it's much riskier than SMS. Much, much riskier. SMS, as I told you, you've got a couple of firewalls built in. You've got some courts that are saying this isn't even subject to the DMC rules. You've got some courts that are saying only very specialized systems that send SMS qualify as regulated technology. So SMS is a safer, that's like I say, a safer channel. Your Gen AI voice, right? This is what everybody wants to use. And look, I'm not against it, right? But this is instantly regulated technology, right? So if you want to use that Gen AI for marketing purposes, you have to have express written consent, asterisk, meaning probably. That might develop favorably over time, but for today, right, you have to assume AI voice for marketing requires the highest level of express written consent. That's your full Troutman 9, right? All the required disclosures. You got to be careful, as I told you, with the lead gen flows. I tell people all the time, if you want to use Gen AI, do not use it on third-party leads. If you want to use it on your owned and operated. Use it on your homegrown leads for marketing purposes. For non-marketing purposes, remember, there's a lower level of consent that's required. That's your express consent. And again, most courts, there's an asterisk here because the courts do what the courts want to do right now, right? It's a little bit willy-nilly. But in theory, the courts should say, for informational purposes, you can use Gen AI, for instance, for appointment setting for somebody who's already come into the flow and you're just trying to complete the transaction because they've signed up, they want to have that guy come out and put in the window for them, do a demo, do an install, whatever. In theory, right, as long as that customer gave you that phone number, you should be able to put that out of your CRM straight into a Gen AI campaign solely for appointment setting purposes. Now, you can't sell, right? You can't, and that's really tough with Gen AI because this thing's going to want to do what it wants to do, right? But you can't have a Gen AI be like, so you're not available, but you really should come out because this is great. You've got the great quality, great service. We're going to beat our competitors. We can do this whenever you want because we're the nicest company out there, and you should really work with us, right? You can't do any of that because if you do, it becomes marketing, right? But assuming you're using Gen AI for no purpose other than just for appointment setting, theoretically, you can do that as long as that consumer is already in your funnel. But those are the rules around Gen AI. It is very highly regulated, very highly regulated. There's already been a class action settlement over $1 million. I think it was like $3.5 million involving Gen AI, right? And this is still emerging technology. For us to already be through an entire case into a $3.5 million settlement, it tells you how dangerous this stuff is. All right, that's a good question though. Again, I'm not against it. Just make sure you have the right level of consent if you're going to use it. What else we got?
All right, so you talked a lot about where you buy your leads, and you say basically you're liable at the end of the day if you contact somebody and your lead seller isn't following the rules. What's the best way to know if your lead seller is following the rules? Do you just ask them directly?
Yeah, I mean, look, the lead gen community from a certain perspective is a community, right? And if you're going to be relying on leads in order to grow your business, scale your business, especially if you're doing millions of outbounds, like I encourage you to get out to the shows, get to LeadsCon, get to Lead Gen World, join REACH, right? Responsible Enterprises Against Consumer Harassment. Talk, socialize. There is a ton of knowledge and information out there in terms of who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. I'm going to tell you, it's not usually like this guy's a completely bad guy and this guy's a completely good guy. They're all kind of gray, right? And some are better and some are others. I would say that the REACH members are the best of the best, right? So if you're really concerned about compliance, be looking to develop those REACH certified leads. But I would tell you no matter what, this is an eyeball-to-eyeball handshake business. Like, you've got to meet these people. You've got to look them in the eye and say, no, really, you need to comply with this. And if I find out that you're not, I'm going to pause you. I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to sue you, right? I mean, you got to say it with love, but you just got to be very, very frank. Like, you've got to have your standards. The other thing that I would say is, Troutman the Mean does a lot of vendor intake with our clients. And so we've got a vendor questionnaire, for instance, that we've built out. It's like 40 questions that they have to sign under oath, by the way, disclosing exactly what their flow is, their process is, what their disclosures look like, what kind of technologies they're using, if they're using third parties for either data or for outreach, right? And who those third parties are, what the URLs are, where the consents are going to be farmed, right? So, I mean, all of this is stuff that you are entitled to know as a lead buyer. Now, if you're buying 1,000 leads a month, you're probably not going to have the market share to drive this, but you should still try your best. If you're doing millions, right, you've got the power, right? And if somebody wants to work with you, you got to tell them this is how it is. And again, I really encourage you not to reinvent the wheel and just rely on the REACH standards. Just tell them, if you don't comply with the REACH standards, I'm not buying your lead. The REACH standards require transparency. It requires that consumer is not going to be tricked or confused, and it's not going to be multi-vertical, it's not going to be aged. So when you get that call, this consumer is right now a real consumer on a website, by the way, that has fraud detection. This is somebody that's real, right? And you're not going to get burned. Generally speaking, again, asterisk, do your own due diligence, et cetera, et cetera. All right, what else we got? Any other questions?
Yeah, basically I wanted to know, like, with carriers, I know that there's a lot of laws with carriers and they're sort of unspoken. People don't know what carriers are blocking, what carriers are sending things through. Is that something that people need to, like, really heavily take into account when it comes to legal? Or is that something where it's like you kind of have to throw as much as you can at the wall and see what goes through first?
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good question. The carrier deliverability rules, they are not the law, right? CTIA has guidelines. It's like the biggest scam going, what these guys do, right? So the carriers get together and create this thing called CTIA. For antitrust purposes, they can't say that CTIA creates any binding rules, right? All they do is create guidelines. But guess what? All the carriers turn around and say, you have to comply with the CTIA guidelines to get access to our network, right? So the CTIA rules become one of the de facto provisions that you have to comply with. But oh, by the way, they get enforced by the aggregators, right, the Twilios of the world, and sometimes they're enforced faithfully and aggressively, sometimes they're not enforced at all, right? You've got some people who can get their text message campaign through TCR, the high trust score. You got the exact same campaign by a different company. Maybe they didn't play politics right, maybe they don't know the right people, and they can't get any messages through the same exact kind of messages. You got some people that allow you to buy lead gen with affiliates referenced on the form. Other people, if you do that, they're going to shut down your traffic, right? It is completely out of hand right now and incredibly difficult to navigate. I will tell you two things about it, other than that it's garbage. One is that, again, it's not the law. These are haphazard rules that private companies are creating to put restrictions on access to their network. It is probably a violation of the First Amendment. It is probably an illegal licensing scheme. Reach has submitted a petition to the FCC asking it to review all of this and to hold that you cannot regulate speech based upon content, which so often these folks are doing. But again, this is just private actors putting together rules. It is not the law. So you can feel free to try to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, because these are not the police, this is not the DOJ. Honestly, these are not, generally speaking, even people I like. These are people who are trying to censor your speech and doing so on a haphazard basis. And the second thing I'll say is that it's haphazard, right? I mean, the exact same campaign with the exact same carrier might be fine today, might be a problem tomorrow, might be fine again the next day, right? Depending on who's doing the fraud assessment, who's doing the black box algorithms for reasonable analytics that day at the aggregator or at the analytics engines like your Highest of the world, right? So it is an incredibly difficult landscape to navigate. Mercifully, I know a lot of people, right? So I've got a lot of clients that use me, like, and my primary use to them is just to make sure that the water turns on, right? That the traffic gets through, that the phones ring, right? And if someone gets shut down, it's not that uncommon for me to make a phone call and say, I hope you got a really good reason for this, aggregator or carrier, because here's a lawsuit with your name on it. And generally when that happens, the traffic gets turned back on, right? Now obviously we don't represent scumbags, we represent like the highest level companies that are real, mortgage companies, real lead buyers, real outreach institutions that are really trying to work with consumers with legitimate calls. So when I make that phone call to the carrier, when I make that phone call to the aggregator, they hear me, they listen, they turn the traffic back on. Understand that if you're having difficulty with deliverability because you're doing a bunch of mass cold calls, well, that's going to be on you, right? So if you're complying with the law and you're not getting your traffic through, give me a call. I can help you with that potentially. Anything else?
Perfect. No, that was the last of the questions that I got right now, but if you do want to hear Troutman talk a little bit more, we do have him on a 3 p.m. panel, so make sure to stick around because there's much more coming up about compliance from his expertise. Also, if you want to learn more or get involved with your own legal supporting your call center and your outreach methods, you can also look them up at Troutman Amin and TCPA World. It's really interesting. I'm subscribed there personally, and they're constantly putting out new information as soon as it comes out. So thank you very much for participating. I'm glad to have you on, and we're going to take a short break until the next panel comes up.
Perfect. Bye, everyone.
on this. I have another 1 terabyte.
Yeah, I'm ready. Want to
I also have my laptop.
Yes, go ahead.
So start with introducing yourself.
I have another
Audio.
1 terabyte mine as well. That's right.
I said I brought 2.
Is there a way to fix that real quick?
And if we have to,
Oh wait, it just went away. I think it was because the mic was right next to the speaker.
Sorry, here's the
Okay,
question.
cool.
Is
Right
someone
now.
making an announcement on the thing and then we just start introducing
Everybody
ourselves?
seated, everybody happy?
So you'll cue?
Casey will start, and then you can.
She'll cue us? Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're starting session 3, the Marketing Powerhouses Showdown. And welcome back, by the way. I hope you had a good break. We have new speakers coming in right now from Leads.io, TikTok, Better Ad Solutions, and Profitize. And of Leads.io, we have Mohit Balani. Of TikTok, we have George Fu. Garami Tashvili from Better Ad Solutions, and Andy Warford from Profitize. So we're going to go ahead and get started with these 4 titans, 4 channels, each claiming to deliver the best leads, but today only one strategy walks out alive. To start, we want to know what is going to actually convert in 2026, next year. There's TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube. What do you think? What's going to be converting the best?
I'll start. So I'm Mohit Balani from Leads.io. I'm commercial director. Everyone calls me Mo. Just a quick update on what we do. We're a creative agency that does lead gen. That's the best way I can explain it. We're live across multiple platforms on social media, and we work across multiple verticals. And one of the ones that we're going to specifically talk about today is home improvement. In terms of, I think, what channel is going to be the most converting, in my opinion, it's based on the structure of the company. Not every single company is currently set up to handle either social leads or leads from canvassing or anything like that. I think you need to identify as a company what you're willing to convert. Based on that, the channel is going to be more appropriate for you. We find multiple clients today where we start telling them social media leads, when we generate them for you, will not actually work for you if you don't have the right setup. So I would probably start off saying I think it's very company dependent which platform will not succeed in the coming year. But that's sort of some of the learnings we're seeing. Anything from you guys?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Andy. I'm the Director of Business Development at Profitize. Bo has some great points. I think your company has to be ready for the leads. I've been lucky enough to work in places where I can move leads around, see how they convert in one place, see how they convert in another place. And there's sometimes no rhyme or reason to it. It's the real truth. A lot of it is rolling some dice and just hoping that the people you brought up to the plate are the most qualified for the people that you're dropping them off with. That they have the good presentation, that they can bring them on home. And again, I think channel isn't always dependent. I think what a lot of people have been saying before this is, what are your processes? How are you going to actually get these people across the line? Are you talking to them correctly? Are you following up correctly? Are you using technology to augment what you're doing, to be a force multiplier? Or do you just call one time and they didn't pick up and you go, that's a trash lead, I just paid $50 for nothing? That's not how things are. It's 2025, it's going to be a new year. We have AI trying to take everything over. And you need to have the processes that work for you in the ways that you sell and the things you do.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Singh. I'm a brand partnership manager over at TikTok. Obviously, I'm going to be a bit biased and say I think TikTok really has come a long way in the lead generation space. In the 2.5 years that I've been there, the product offerings have changed, where previously you would only direct leads directly to a website. Now you have instant forms, and you're not only collecting a user's name and a number, you're able to ask them qualifying questions. You can kind of start getting them into the sales funnel before they even speak to an agent. So yeah, I think TikTok is definitely underutilized, especially in the home services industry. But that's why I'm here, to kind of get it fully wrapped up.
Hi, I'm Gurami, Better Solutions. We work in 20 markets with more than 300 clients, mostly with financial institutions, banks, microfinance. And this year we are trying to break in the US market, and we decided to go with home improvement vertical. And it's been quite a challenge actually. It's not easy to do. One thing I see is that the industry is a long-term game, and you need to bring a value and the quality. And we love Google when we talk about quality. No hard feelings.
We haven't started working together, that's why.
Yeah, we have to test. But I would say that obviously it depends on what campaign structure, how the buyer is structuring its offer, and if they are bringing value to their customers as well. But in my opinion, it's when we talk about long-term, stable quality, it's a good.
All right, interesting.
Backbone of lead conversion, or are they the villain? That's what we want to know.
Casey, can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, of course. So we've been talking a lot about lead aggregators. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We've been talking a lot about lead aggregators today. We're trying to figure out, are they the backbone of modern lead conversion, or are they the villain? Is it something that is giving you less quality leads more, or are they getting better over time? What do you think?
Sorry, just to make sure that I've got the question correct, are you asking if lead aggregators are the villain?
Casey, can you repeat your question, please?
Sorry, there's nothing to repeat.
Oh no, AI took over.
Hello?
Yeah. Casey, can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, of course. We're talking a lot about lead aggregators from the last couple of panels, and I was wondering, at this point, are they still the backbone of how to get leads, or are they the villain? Are organic leads going to be coming into 2026 as the leaders?
I mean, I don't necessarily know if that is the direction I would look at it. I think you need to look at it from an ecosystem point of view. A lead is actually a buyer who's interested to get a home improvement job done. So when you look at it from that perspective, the lead buyer could be channel agnostic because they're going to the platforms they use the most. Now, whether that is Google for using whatever they do, or they go now ChatGPT because they find that it's easier to actually speak to something like that, or if it is maybe I just like doom scrolling on social media, and that's sort of where I consume most of my content from, including news or anything like that. So I don't necessarily think that there's one thing which is a villain or not, but what I would probably go down to is you need to be omni-channel present. It's the reality. If I speak again, home improvement specific, the ICP or demographic that we talk about, and we talk about this quite a bit, it's evolving. Ideally, everyone wants older homeowners because they have the money, they have a house, they have all of those pieces. But the reality is, it is evolving as time is going by, and there are more and more people coming into the market. So from my perspective, I think the problem comes in when we've got some partners who are chasing the price of a CPL to the bottom, versus actually having a discussion of what could we do that works with your ecosystem. Andy made a good point earlier. It's how do you actually approach these leads? What is the the points you hit them? If you actually don't have that structure in place, it doesn't matter how many leads you buy. You're going to fail at them, or you're going to have poorer KPIs, and then you're going to blame platforms. But it's more so, what is that partnership? I mean, I think what I've found in my time with Leads.io and the performance marketing side, it's extremely critical to have transparent discussions that are hard. You really need to have the harder discussions to be able to break the barrier. So yeah, I mean, a long-winded answer to say I don't necessarily think the lead aggregators are villains. It's just more so, think about your ecosystem, think about where you are right now, how many vendors you've got playing, and how many of them are playing in the same channel maybe. And that's where you sort of start to diversify.
I'm going to come at this in a slightly different way, because I think what you guys think is a lead aggregator is not what I think is a lead aggregator. We think of that as a terrible, nasty, 4-letter word. Because when I say lead aggregator, I mean some scumbag that buys some $1 leads wherever they can, brings it in and goes, oh my gosh, look at my fresh, hot leads. I'm going to give it to you for $50 each. Let's go. That, in my opinion, is a lead aggregator, and we should not really work with those people. They purport to be bringing something that they're not. I think to bring it back, you need to be investigating your lead sources, regardless. We all can have great leads, and we can all have shitty leads too. That's just how it is. I mean, if I could convert leads at 100%, I wouldn't be selling them to you. I would do it myself, and I would have a large island and a complex and all that stuff. So I think lead aggregators, we need to get rid of them in home services in general. They're just muddying the water. It's a bunch of people that we don't want in there. We want quality like the people up here. And so I think lead aggregators, yes, need to get out of the ecosystem, and anything we can do to cancel them, we should be. But for lead generators or lead providers or whatever we want to call ourselves, no, we are absolutely the heroes. This whole industry is based on leads, whether you're knocking on a door, getting an electronic lead, and then again, bringing it back, it's how you work those leads. A good lead in bad hands is no different than a bad lead in good hands. So let's get good leads and put them in good hands, but it needs two to tango.
They're there. It exists.
I was gonna say, and I like.
Cool. Thank you very much. So the next question we have here is, what's the most overrated marketing channel in 2025, and will it still be that way in 2026?
You guys tell me what's overrated, because I know what's coming in 2026.
Oh no, you know the future.
Well, I don't
That's
know.
the wrong answer, I promise.
I don't think, coming from a platform point of view, I used to be in performance marketing. I don't think one channel is overrated, because you need to go where your users are. And who's going to be using Google search is very different than who's using TikTok for search. I think where 2026 is headed is understanding these platforms that used to be a test channel. I remember back in my agency days giving my reps a hard time of, I only have $10,000. What can you give me? But no, you need to invest in your test channels, really kind of understand what creatives work really well, really understand what campaign structures work, because that has been around since I was in university. And a lot of the time, the campaigns that you use, you can't do that same structure. Like, you can't just create 100 campaigns with 100 different ad groups on TikTok. Everything is moving towards AI, and I think that's kind of where the future is understanding what the platforms are moving towards and adapting your campaigns that way.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I would add that 2026, I hope that ads gonna come in AI as well. So yeah, I look forward, because the quality from AI, and when you look for ChatGPT and other systems as a reference, is really high.
Yeah.
What I have seen, so I'm looking forward. It has a traffic source.
Like, right now, TikTok has that, where if you put in the For You search page, it'll give, I was going to say TikTok actually has that. So when you're on the search page and you're looking for home services, they will give you a summary at the top, and then you can do like dedicated search ads and bid on specific keywords.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
I mean, I think if I was to add, I don't necessarily think anything is overrated. It's more so, it's the blend that's going to win. At one point, you're going to plateau on any platform, and it's going to happen. The question is sometimes when you actually hit that, and that's the hard part to figure out. We can do 10,000 leads, 3,000, or 300, depending on your territory and whatever you do. But at one point, you will have to diversify, and that's sort of when you start actually scaling, because you are basically everywhere. And I mean, we talk about some of our consumers, well, some of our buyers that do really well with it. We do a lead gen part, of course, but they have invested 45 years in actual branding in the markets that they are. So if that didn't exist, our lead gen still could generate volume, but like the quality where it actually converts into a sale, that's really where it's coming from. So yeah.
All right, next question here. For lead attribution, is that model rigged? I know it's a weird way of saying it, but essentially, if you are coming from a platform standpoint where there's somebody that is claiming that they're generating the leads for you, is it something where you just have to take it at face value, or do you trust that the people who are moderating your lead analytics are doing a good job?
It's complex. Go for it.
I think, like all things, especially in 2025, 2026, to be ultra successful, you have to be ultra vigilant. You need to be ad spying wherever you can. You need to be redeeming your certs. You can see where those URLs are coming from. There's a lot of tools that were not available 5, 10, 15 years ago that you can use now to determine some of that stuff and make sure that the people that are telling you things, that at least some of it has some truth or is entirely truthful. But you have to do your own homework. I think that's to just believe that a lead generator is the end all be all and they're all perfect and they're all coming from the place you think they are. You have the blinders on. It happens to us too. We work with partners, they're great until they're not. And that's how leads are. They're great until they're not, until you mitigate what's bad and you amplify what's good. And if you're not out there constantly looking to see what's good and what's bad based on either the lead characteristics or the outcomes of the consumers talking to your buyers, you have to put all of that together. And you need to use that information to figure out who might be the culprits that's doing the less than good stuff and attributing things in not the right way.
I think Andy, you've made a really good point there. We obviously have a huge new business development side of things as well. We're signing new partners. And I think one of the biggest things that actually comes into it is the vetting process. And we show transparency to the point of like how our ads are being generated, what are we doing, where are we doing it from. We actually give traffic source ID codes to say where the actual lead comes from and things like that. So when I hear the question, I think it almost sounds like there is a level of integrity issue. And I mean, we kind of murmured it before while we were talking about lead aggregators, and one of the things I think Andy made a really good point again was there's a scummy underbelly to this thing. And like you have to vet, and the way you do that is by one, making sure the partners you're working with can actually explain to you how they're doing what they're doing, because then like we want to expand across multiple platforms. So yeah, really good point. I think we get. Yep.
All right, perfect. So this question is directed towards Andy. Is pay-per-lead a race to the bottom or the top?
That's a good question. I think it depends on who you're working with. And again, like Mo was saying, channels are very dependent on the outcomes. I work with people that have 500-person call centers. You can just send them leads and leads and leads, and they're going to call 900 times, and they're cycling them, and they're like doing the right stuff. And if I send those same leads to a single rep or something like that, they don't always have the sophistication or the processes to do stuff with that. And so they're not ready for all these channels. If I can get some native in there and it's with my PPC and it's keeping my prices down, but you're still hitting the numbers, I think, like Mo was saying, it's all about the blend. Not only the pricing, but the channels, the outcomes, things like that, and you have to stay on top of it. If I could find a cheap lead that converts, of course I'm going to take it. If I can find an expensive lead that converts, of course I'm going to take it. So again, I think it comes back to who you're working with, where those leads are coming from, and it's more about paying a commensurate price for what you're getting. Again, if you're making $1 million per lead or per sale, you'll buy a lead for $900,000, right? And that it just mathematically makes sense. So I think, again, it's all about who you're working with, what they're bringing, and making sure that you're always trying to keep prices low. Of course, I mean, we're all just humans. Of course, we like smaller numbers than bigger numbers because we want the bigger numbers in our wallets. But I think if you're working with people that are racing to the bottom, you're getting what you're paying for. And if you're working with people that are racing to the top and having quality leads, again, you have to vet these things. You need to run some through the system and see how they work. I mean, I would love to sell you $1 million leads and they're okay, but I'd rather sell you $1 million leads that are amazing, right? So I think I don't think you should race anywhere. You should find good partners that explain to you what they're doing and how they're doing it and have a transparent system, and then let the proof is in the pudding.
I couldn't agree more. All right, this next question is for Barami. Are creatives dying because AI is outperforming humans, or is it the other way around?
That's an interesting question. I highly believe in automation and AI, and I think that you need to follow that path. So at some point it was not so good, but it's getting there, and I'm sure that in the next few months and years, testing, because I love testing lots of stuff. That's the way you really learn and define the golden nuggets you can make profit of. So this is a really great way to test AI, using the AI for creatives. So yeah, I agree that AI is a good thing for the industry and overall to make things easier and more automated.
That's perfect.
All right, thank you. Next question is for Modi. Is the future creator-driven or data-driven?
I honestly think the question needs to be rephrased personally to be conversion-driven, because you can have a lot of different creatives. So I'll talk about a concept. So let's say we have an ad strategy concept. We apply the same ad strategy concept and the same vertical across 10 different clients who are relatively similar sized. We will see very different results across each of them. Now the question comes down to is like, do they actually know what they're doing, etc. Like, and you test it out, and everything sort of makes sense. But you will start making tweaks by campaign, by client, because what you start realizing is, as long as they're all in the same vertical, same industry, etc., but like every time we start dealing with each of them, there's some pieces that we need to change for them specifically to actually do that more. So in that, we bring in data, we bring in content creators. I mean, it can be a multitude of things that we would need to bring to the table to get that conversion ready. One of the challenges we have seen is, for example, we do a lot of this stuff and things still don't work. You always have that, and you're always going to have that unfortunate truth happen to you, even if though you've got the right intentions, you're trying all the best things. Like, I don't think from a content creator or data point of view, anyone wants to shaft anyone. That's the reality. We quite frankly want everyone to succeed, but the thing is, sometimes these things just don't work. So you need to find a balance and focus on actual conversion versus is it the creator or data or whatever other point. Like that's basically what I would say.
All right, thank you very much. Next question is for Cheryl. So TikTok's exploding, obviously, but are the leads that are coming from TikTok high intent? That's what people are wondering in this industry.
Honestly, I honestly biased. But from the feedback that I've heard from a lot of my clients, Mo included, a lot of the time they do say that the quality of leads is high intent. And the reason is because those who use TikTok they're actively engaged with the platform. It's not something that you're passively scrolling through and then kind of seeing an ad and maybe in the market for. Even if you're not actively searching for those specific keywords or you're following specific groups, as you engage with the platform, you're going to be looking at videos, DIY home services, how to find a plumber near me, how to get the best rates, or how to get a loan. So you're actively using the platform, and then the ads that you start seeing are going to be tied to that content. So that's where the quality of leads tends to be higher, is because those people are actively searching. And even if they're not in the market for it, TikTok kind of understands that these might be services that you could be interested in. Totally unrelated to home services, but I love fashion and makeup. So for some reason, TikTok thinks that I can afford like Jimmy Choo's. And I get all the ads for Jimmy Choo's. But walking around Las Vegas, I'm like, maybe I can. So.
To back Cheryl up, I mean, there's also a trend TikTok made me buy it. If you haven't looked at it, I think you should. But yeah, just adding it there.
All right, thank you very, very much. Appreciate that. So this is going to be one that I'm sure is going to spark conversation from everybody here. What's the biggest lie in marketing today?
I'll make it really easy. That I have the best leads. That anyone up here that says that. We all have wonderful leads that could work for a multitude of people. But like Mo said, just sometimes things don't work. It's not you, it's not us. It's just statistics. That's just how math works. And that's why I'm a big believer in having many baskets with lots of eggs. And if I was in the shoes of our viewers right now, I would hit up all four of us after this and say, hey, let's do some leads. Let's do some leads. Let's get them all in. Let's start doing some data analysis. Let's see what works. We're in like the land of big data now. It's not just you're looking at like one Excel sheet. Now we can like have all this data, and then you ask ChatGPT or whoever, and now you see what other people are looking for and all this other data. And now we can kind of aggregate things in ways we didn't before. But that also helps us illuminate what is true and what isn't true. And that is that I have the best leads. I do, but don't tell the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Andy kind of nailed it on the head. It's show me the money. I also think it's scale leads to growth. Now I know this is counterintuitive to like what we do at Leads. We solve for volume, and we know we can do it relatively well with the right metrics. I think the part that I would say is high intent leads is kind of leading off of what Andy said. There are different flavors of what that actually means. And the way I look at the clients we work with, they fall in three categories. So the first one is, someone that's starting off in lead gen, especially like the kind of lead gen we do. The other is like, they figured it out a little bit. They're trying to like scale further. They've got growth ambitions. And the third one is they got to keep the company afloat because they're just like a beast of a machine. And each of them look at high intent leads or high quality leads very differently. But I think it's the metrics that you need to align on what is an expectation from it to kind of talk about what really quality means on that perspective. Because I think Andy sort of mentioned it before. If we could convert every single lead that we generated, we wouldn't probably have a lead gen business.
I wouldn't give them away.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
Casey, you have more questions?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was listening so intently, I wasn't sure. Okay, cool. So how about the most underrated traffic source in terms of incoming leads?
Not necessarily I think personally for leads IO, but I think it's the remarketing of your existing leads. A lot of our partners that we work with generate significant amount of volume, and over time that becomes kind of ridiculous. in terms of the systems that they have. I have been having a lot of conversations recently on how do we actually remarket to some of those leads, because if you talk about metrics for a second, and let's take an assumptive number here. You generate 100 leads, 30% of them will actually become into appointments and then convert down the line into actual sold jobs. There are 70 leads that expressed interest. Obviously, we don't know if all of them are actually qualified or might be good for it or not, but there is a diamond in the rough in there. And it's a process of elimination. After the first 10 days, typically lead follow-up sort of starts to drop down, for good reason. But I think at one point that remarketing part becomes a huge segment. And there are companies today, there are partnerships today that are actually engaging that aspect, and it's becoming bigger and bigger pool of a discussion. But yeah, I think for me, that's probably where I would kind of think about it.
I think for me, it's organic, because from my perspective, you guys are the ones that are driving the lead, right? It's going to a call center. Now that agent needs to book an appointment. But at the end of the day, we're talking to someone who's going to let a stranger into their house. Like, they're going to get their bathroom renovated. And this is not something cheap, right? What we were talking last night, the average bathroom renovation was like $24,000 in Colorado. So at the end of the day, I think building up your brand and your organic presence is so important. Because when they're saying, hey, I'm calling from XYZ company, that user is going to be like, oh yeah, I think I saw them on XYZ platform. I didn't really of course TikTok, but it's kind of building that trust. At the end of the day, we're not selling a physical product, we're selling services to someone into their home.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, thank you very much. So this is something that people argue with quite a bit in businesses, especially it's like sales team versus the people bringing leads in, like the marketing team. Do you think more often than not the lead quality is a problem, or it's something that's with the sales team not able to convert on those leads because when they know the source of the leads, they have a bias?
I'll start off. It's an interesting one because, yes, I think as human beings we just don't have a filter when it comes to biases. We are just naturally biased because of our experiences. If you have a couple of bad experiences, you will tend to think that this is only going to be bad moving forward, which is also fair. But what I do think, it's clear expectations. I think I kind of mentioned this multiple times before, and it seemed that made it sound like a broken record. But it's really about, when you think of generating a lead again, what are your expectations of the actual conversion? Raw lead to sale, ideally, and especially in home improvement, again, that can vary by different verticals within it, but generally speaking, it's 3 to 5%. It's the reality. If you're seeing upwards of that, like, you're probably doing something right, or is something just working in your favor the way it should. But if you have those kind of expectations and that's what you're working towards, it is not an unfair expectation to say, like, the lead quality isn't good, or the sales team's bad. There's going to be nuances to this. A new sales rep in a new market handling a new vendor, yeah, you're going to have bad results, of course. Whenever we start with a new client, it's a 90-day period where we figure out whether we can actually work together or not. It's not something you plug in tomorrow and you say, all right, yeah, we're good to go now. Everything's going to be great, and we're going to make $100 million tomorrow. We'd be the largest agency. Arguably we are now at this point, but you become the largest agency you ever could. I think, Rami, you kind of mentioned, moving into the market has been complicated, and it's because the long-term relationships, the long-term piece. It takes minimum 3 months before you start seeing any results to begin with. So if you have those expectations in mind, it kind of like takes it off from there, quite frankly. So, yeah.
To take it back to the gentleman an hour or two ago that was talking from Grasso University, talking about seeding and all that. It works both ways. Of course, when we're talking to the consumer, like getting them to think it's their idea and like, it should be half the price you think, or don't, all these things. It works the same way on salespeople. Of course, if you walk in and go, oh, it's a lead, it's already sold, I'm just moving it along the path. That's not a great take. That's not going to get you anywhere. You need to understand that leads are leads. If we convert all of them, we wouldn't be here. And so it's the marriage of both. You know what I mean? Oh shoot, that was me. I think I hit the button. No. Oh gosh. Oh my god, I ruined it. Okay, I'm so sorry. You have to have that marriage of the two sides, and but I do think, just in like a very, like Mo was saying, with biases and stuff, like hide the sources, like just let them know it's a lead, don't let them know it's a native or it's a whatever, or it's a if you're at their door, you know what it is. But I do think that as humans we have biases, and that's a problem. So we need to try and remove those from the system as much as we can, and not break the microphones.
All right, next one. This is a big one. What is the spending sweet spot to get convertible leads that you will profit from versus overbuying your leads that are just going to sit in your CRM?
Kind of mentioned this a little bit before. By channel, at some point you are going to plateau. Identifying that is the complex part, because you don't actually know that you're there until you really get there. And that's when channel diversification and the blend comes into play, because that's what happens. Like, we work with a lot of partners today. We started off with one channel, and we've kind of broadened the horizon. We've kind of gone into multiple different ones. It's that identification. And once you realize that, let's say one channel, at least with that partner, is maxed out, stop. Because what happens, and we've seen this repeatedly, I'm not going to tell my partners that just work with me, as much as like it's counterintuitive for me to say, please just do that. There are going to be months throughout the year where I might have bad results, and it will happen. But year to date, we will technically perform always pretty good. So within that, what happens is when we see a couple of months of bad results, we see our partners go rushing into the market to get more vendors on board that do the exact same thing as us. And then it's only driving everyone to race to the bottom. So from my point of view, I think it's really critical to understand that there will be a plateau at some point. There will be some partnerships that you will make beyond the ones you have, and that's also okay, but don't make 10 vendors doing the exact same thing, because then you're going to have a multitude of problems. And I mean, just don't expect that CPLs always remain the same when you are scaling. It gets more expensive as the deeper and deeper you go into the funnel, versus if you bought 5 bags of cement versus 10 bags, the 10th bag is cheaper. Unfortunately, that just does not how it works in lead gen. So, I don't know if you guys had added anything.
I might add. Like in life, you need to find the balance. Obviously, you need to test different sources and not be, as a buyer, not be dependent on some lead source or channel. But you still need to balance so you don't overpay and you don't increase the pricing on the market. But one thing I should add as a new buyer on the market, let's go like this, is that it's really hard to break in. Like, companies tend to give us really bad, let's say, offers at the beginning, which I don't really get, because I'm here, I'm giving you my story, I'm giving you my value, and I'm saying that I can bring value, and you are still giving me a really bad offer to start with. It's kind of strange. I don't get the idea of that, because if you are looking for a right partner and you are going to test, you need to give me at least the proper chance, right? Otherwise, you should tell me that, okay, we are not ready right now, and let's move it on. Yeah, so
transparency.
You need to find the balance. And,
Honestly, as a platform, I 100% agree. I think often what happens when someone tests TikTok, they'll run it at $100 a day, or maybe only spend $1,000 and say, I need to get good quality leads. Okay, but what were you pushing back to the algorithm? What events were you doing? What creatives were you testing? So it's exactly the same thing. It's when everyone starts working with me or on TikTok, it's a partnership. And it's about working together and learning what you're looking for.
All right, thank you very much. So how about buying appointments over buying leads? Usually appointments sell for a significant amount more. Is it always worth the extra spend?
It's another channel. You have to investigate the channels. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Like I said, sometimes I'm the best leads, sometimes someone else here is. Of course, it's nice to have them lined up right there, like at the plate, ready to take a swing. But plenty of people chicken out at the last minute too. So I think it's just appointments are another channel. I think that with technology, it's becoming a more and more important channel with the ways we can do things and interact with the consumers. But if it doesn't back out, it doesn't back out. I mean, if you get appointments and no one shows up, what's the point, right? So I think you just need to treat it like another channel. But it is one that is becoming more and more important, I think.
I might add on this. As I mentioned, we are in 20 countries, and in all the countries we work on CPS basis, so we work on the result. It's the only country here, and I'm learning, guys. It's more CPL, which doesn't mean quality itself, right? It's data, then you need to convert it somehow. So this is really interesting and challenging as well. And personally, prefer appointments because it's a long-term value, and I love CPS as well because you bring value to your client right away, and it's a win-win business. So nobody gonna tell you after a month or two your quality is bad and we can't work anymore, right? Because you are bringing the sales. And with banks and microfinance, it's pretty straightforward. With appointments, it's kind of still tricky because maybe they sell, maybe not, maybe they do demo.
Yeah.
So kind of still are some space to talk about. But overall, I agree that working with this kind of value is more important. I would suggest, with my experience, that start with CPL plus appointments. Give it like a proper numbers, so offer can be CPL plus CPA. Let's call it. So they pay small amount for lead and basically more for appointment together. So it's mixed, or some kind of with demo and sale as well. So I agree, and I'm gonna work with any company with this kind of deal because overall, it's going to be a very long-term business, and I would love to. I'm not here to sprint and make just a quick buck, and that's it. I'm here for the marathon. Hopefully, it's going to go well, but still, yeah, it's hard to get really good deals at the beginning, even for the CPL.
I mean, it's really good points. I think I'm going to take a different perspective a little bit on this. Peel the onion back. You're doing all of this for one purpose: get the sale. Part of that process, which again, specific to home improvement, starts with an appointment. So I've had multiple discussions with partners where they say, well, I mean, if you can sell me an appointment, I'll buy it. And I'm like, well, it also depends on the ecosystem that you set up with, because the way an appointment is set, there are expectations that are being communicated when that appointment is set. I'll speak about an example on a completely different vertical. Hearing aid clients will set up appointments and just not show up. Is that because maybe you didn't set the right expectations? Maybe were there different problems? There are a lot of different things that go into this. Move that back into home improvement. When you actually had a conversation with someone and it is the representative of the company that is doing so, you are setting up expectations of what will happen when someone shows up. There is a huge factor into that to make sure that appointment actually takes place. So you can go for a cost per appointment campaign as long as you've set the expectations to say that, yeah, well, this is what's going to happen when someone shows up. Because the flip side to this is you could get an appointment, have your rep show up, and then they just don't take it. That is more, I think, demoralizing than anything. And I think, when you've got sales reps who are working on commissions within this industry, that's a hard one. So whenever we work with partners, the main reason why they would fail is because they don't have good follow-up and they can't set appointments. And that's what we sort of set off with, like, again, expectations. Here's what you're going to do. Here's how you set your appointment. We can do certain other things.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're starting to get close to time, but I do have one that I think would be great for marketing experts. So what do you think wins out in terms of getting eyes on your, whatever you're doing, your ads or your organic posts, creativity versus visibility? So is the visibility or creativity at the end of the day, which one is bringing the most quality leads that you can convert on?
You might count and that's it. Whatever brings.
So just making sure the question is, what is more important, creativity or visibility?
Casey, can you clarify the question, please?
Oh yeah, of course. So maybe if it's like you're spending more time and effort, or your marketing team is putting together an ad that is really unique and really creative, that you believe is going to draw attention, but it's risky because you are putting something else out there that you're not sure is going to be a hit or a flop because other people aren't doing it. Now, something like that, just posting organically on what you already have to your audience, versus visibility, such as promoting what you have that might be more standard but safe, but more eyes are going to be on it.
Not to be politically correct here, but it's obviously a blend on both. Having said that, there's two aspects to this. One, what works. It's tried, tested, you can put it out live and everything works. Continue with that, it is important. However, over the year, we've gotten to a point for our clients, what we do is we're able to see, let's say we're running a campaign, and within the campaign we have 320 ads. Within those 320 ads, we can tell by campaign style which one is converting the best. Here's a challenge that happens, and it's happened multiple times. Once the campaign runs out, it might actually, let's say, deliver really good results, but the creatives might become stale. And then we need to rejig it. And then we might not see the same results. So the thing is, it's a bit of both. We need to be visible as much as possible, but we also need to be creative in terms of what we're doing, because if the same creative running over time, for example, if we run a campaign once and just let it run for the next 6 years, that would be wonderful. That would be great. But then we don't have 350 people in the company because that's what we do. You gotta put out so much output. It is actually insane. It's one of the topics we'll cover in one of the next panels. It's just about how much we produce in terms of creatives, and with that comes visibility too. So it's again, not trying to be politically correct. We're just saying that that's just what it is. It is unfortunately a blend of it, because if you're not creative enough or testing new strategies, you're going to fail and it'll get stale and it'll get boring. So we're fortunate to actually be one of the leaders within that. So yeah, it's an interesting conversation.
I think you also have to look at the metrics. Always do A/B testing of what's a tried and true creative or formula versus maybe someone new joins the company and comes up with a creative that no one's tested it before. Look at the metrics. Look at the click-through rates. Look at the conversion rates. The data won't lie. Honestly, sometimes the best performing campaigns I've seen is someone using their smartphone. It's not an overproduced product, or someone just taking before and after photos, pushing it through our AI services, and making it a video.
Keeping it real. Yep.
Casey, you have more questions, or are we good? Do you understand?
That is my wrap up. Yep, that is the last question that I got. So if you guys, we do have a little bit more time. If there's anything you want to leave with the audience, you're welcome to do so. But I want to thank everybody for being here and participating in the Marketing Powerhouse Showdown. And for everybody who's watching right now, thank you for sticking around. And if you have any questions, make sure to either put it in the live chat or you can message us directly and get in contact with our panelists. So the next one is going to be happening in about a half hour, so go ahead and take your breaks now. Thank you again for coming here, panelists, and talking with us, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back and good afternoon. We're going to be talking right now with the experts in call tracking powerhouses. So we're going to be having Patrick Boyd from Ringba here, and then we're going to be having Kristen Hayes from Conexa. So call tracking runs the home improvement ecosystem, but who actually measures what matters and who's just inflating reports? The first question I got for you guys is, does AI scoring outperform human QA yet?
Ready? Cool. Yeah, well, first off, just a quick intro. My name is Patrick Boyd. I'm on the sales team here at Ringba. For those of you who don't know what Ringba is, we are an inbound call tracking platform, for pay-per-call marketers, advertisers, marketing agencies. We have thousands of clients that are running millions of phone calls on Ringba every single week, month. So our focus here at Ringba is to create products that drive incremental revenue for all of our clients through inbound phone calls. So to address the first question, I believe it was, does AI scoring outperform human intervention? My take on this is, thank you. Is this a little better? Cool. AI or human, it doesn't actually matter. Until you can prove that you can create inbound demand through phone calls, it really doesn't matter if QA reports are done via human intervention or if they're done through a more automated AI fashion. Obviously, AI is going to be more scalable in the future. So as you continue to grow and prove that demand that I was mentioning, AI is going to be pertinent for your operation in order to create an automated way to do proper Q&A. Human intervention is still going to be required at every step throughout the process, but if you don't have any demand coming in, it really doesn't matter. Fortunately, at Ringba, we have most of our customers are doing a combination of both. So as you start to begin your pay-per-call journey or you start to scale your inbound call generation, you're going to need a healthy mix of human intervention and AI. The cool thing is Ringba can support both. So currently right now we're actually building automated products that will pull the Q&A report. So currently we offer transcriptions, recordings, various methods that you can actually pull the transcription and do proper Q&A. So the majority of that currently is being done through a manual process. We're actually building tools to automate that. Because we recognize that everybody needs a healthy mix as you continue to scale this. So currently through our API, you can actually pull a lot of the call data that comes in to do proper Q&A. If you prefer to have an AI system do something like a sentiment analysis, keyword searching, general lead scoring, most of our customers are just using Ringba's API to pull that data. We also do and are going to continue to support manual efforts to actually pull the call data and do the proper transcription if you prefer. But my whole take on it is, the short answer is AI is going to be more scalable for this, but I still think it's going to require a mix of both human intervention and AI.
Casey?
All right, cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's up? Next one?
Yes.
All right, so, okay, cool. So what attribution practices mislead contractors?
The question was, what attribution practices mislead contractors, if I heard you correct?
That's correct.
I think that's a flawed question, to be honest. So the biggest misleading practice is thinking that attribution alone can create revenue. It can't. And the majority of marketers that we're working with, specifically in the home services ecosystem, whether it's insurance, home services, legal, finance, those are some of the big categories that Ringba plays in. The biggest challenge or misleading practice that I see, specifically in the home services space, is people trying to pin down a specific source and looking if there is a heavy influx of volume coming in or a lack of volume coming in and pinning it to one specific source, doing attribution and trying to identify the problem that way. What Ringba does very well in this space to solve the attribution challenge is we focus on giving contractors, home improvement companies, whether you're small, medium-sized, large, we give you the visibility to double down on channels that are actually converting well. So those are actual channels that are converting and turning into clients, and that way you can properly measure what the lifetime value is of one of your clients. The other thing that we try to focus on too, and what Ringba is very good at, is making sure that you're not over-subsidizing channels that are not working. So one of the common mispractices, I think, that I see as it relates to attribution is people looking at one source where calls are being generated from, and they just see a number. They see, for example, 100 calls a day occurred from this source, or only 5 calls occurred a day from this source, and thinking that that solves the attribution channel. The attribution actually goes a few layers deeper than this. So you need a platform that really gives you true attribution. And what I mean by that is understanding before the consumer initiates that call from whatever source that they are looking at. You need to understand how to target them. And what I mean specifically by that is Ringba can actually give you data on the actual caller itself. So whether that's demographic information, household size, income levels, homeowner, renter, that is what marketers need to be looking at in order to do proper attribution. You can't just look at attribution as a binary, is there enough or not enough volume coming in the form of inbound calls from this one channel. Marketers really need to understand how to target properly. The only way you can do that is by understanding who your consumer or your customer actually is. So Ringba has some very cool features that we've implemented that give you the ability to hone in on the demographic information of your consumers. Our goal at the end of the day is to create an audience profile. So that profile could look like, for example, maybe you are targeting, single homeowners within a 10-mile radius of Denver, Colorado, for example, and maybe you want a certain income level. That data is going to be useful for you to understand the attribution problem, because if you see that one source is converting very well, or you're getting a heavy influx of inbound calls from that one source, you're able now to effectively target that market based on the Q&A data that you are pulling post the calls that are coming in and listening to the transcriptions. We covered a little bit of that earlier in the last question. But the attribution challenge, I think, to summarize here, really has to do with, people they're not interpreting the data as well as they could be. Again, it's not a binary one-to-one, is this enough or not enough? It's more about, who is actually calling from each source, and using that data to further enhance your marketing efforts.
All right, thank you very much. Next one, are call tracking fees fair, or are they outdated at this point?
Neither. It totally depends on the platform that you're utilizing. So, are call tracking fees fair? Yes, so long as your vendor is actually providing real value. And what does real value actually look like? I think it comes in many forms, right? If you're just looking for a platform that gives you some basic attribution data and some very basic routing logic that can get a call from point A to point B, you're not getting a lot of value out of that. At Ringba, what we do particularly well is we've created a huge ecosystem of our clients to allow them to network with each other. And where we tend to excel is alongside our very sophisticated routing technologies, a lot of the enhanced data that we have is giving our customers the ability to actually scale their business through inbound phone calls. And that comes in the form of customer acquisition. So at Ringba, we've invested a lot of time, energy, and money into the Ringba Exchange, for example. That gives contractors and home improvement companies the ability to directly connect with some of our most well-trusted publishers in the space to actually make their phone ring. So when you consider looking at, is the platform really providing value, and are the call tracking fees fair and outdated? Not sure that's the right question to ask. I think it's more about asking, what else are you getting from that vendor? And I think Ringba has really excelled in this market, and this is why we've been able to take such good market share.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Next question we have is the future of call less funnels, is the future call less funnels or call heavy funnels going forward?
It's absolutely call heavy. I think the question you asked is the future call less or call heavy funnels? It's absolutely call heavy funnels. And I think we have the receipts to back it up at Ringba. On any given day within Ringba, we are seeing anywhere from 8 to 12 unique bids that are issued within the platform. What that means, if you don't really understand what I'm talking about, is there are 8 to 10 million unique times that a company is bidding on a live phone call coming in, aka that means that demand is there. And that number is increasing every day. And just to quantify what that actually looks like in terms of numbers, that is anywhere from 200 million to 350 million in bid value every single day. So it's very obvious from our point of view and why we're actually doubled down on what the future of calls is going to look like. Ringba has the data to support that. 8 to 12 million unique bids issued every single day and growing, I think validates the fact that the future is call heavy. And at the end of the day, when a home service contractor or anybody in the home improvement industry is receiving a phone call, they understand that people are calling because they need help. There are just simply some features that chatbots, AI, traditional lead forms are not going to solve. For example, if you need your plumbing drained, if you have a flood, if you have an emergency specific service, that person who's calling wants to talk to somebody. They want to know that their pain can be alleviated, and they need help. And waiting around after submitting a lead form, talking to a chatbot, talking to an AI system is not always going to solve their immediate pain point. Now, that being said, I do think there is still a little bit of a future for the latter of what I was talking about with the chatbots, the leads forms, more for high-ticket items. So if we're talking about people that need more of a vanity-related project as opposed to an emergency-style service, those people want to take their time with their decisions. You know, say you want to put in new windows, new roofing, if you need landscaping, people aren't always calling looking for an immediate need. They're more calling to get quotes, to evaluate how many other companies are doing this at what prices. And there's less of an urgency on their timeline. So there is still a future for that. It really depends on the vertical or offer. But I fully believe that the future is going to be call heavy, and that Ringba has receipts on, to further validate that.
So where does text messaging and email come into that play? Do you think that it's going to just always be call is king?
Not always, no. As far as what Ringba does, we don't focus on SMS or email. We see them as complementary to the call funnel. Most of our very successful performance marketers give consumers flexibility for how they want to communicate. What I was more speaking about is the emergency style services, people that really need an answer right now. For SMS and email, I think that's good, helpful data to have. When you are collecting the consumer's information, getting their phone number, those can create additional funnels for you down the road to offer additional touch points, whether that's for upselling other services or whether that's for re-engaging with them. We don't really focus on SMS and email at Ringba. Again, we believe that the most high-intent form of a lead comes in the form of an inbound phone call. And I think if you are a home improvement contractor, right now it's even more pertinent with all of the AI and all of the digital noise going on to really focus on optimizing your call funnels. Our most successful clients can compete and win market share from their competitors because they offer the consumer the ability to talk to them immediately, to get a quote, and to come satisfy a job as quick as possible.
All right, thank you very much. Next question here is going to be, if you're a growing business and you're just starting out with digital marketing and audience targeting, what steps should you take first to find or reach your target audience?
Can you repeat the latter part?
What steps should you take to reach your target audience?
I mean, speaking a little bit biased here, but I think the first initial step is figuring out how to profitably generate an inbound phone call. What that looks like could come from a variety of mediums, right? So whether that's online, offline, CTV, broadcast media, there are several options that a company has to get a consumer to call them. So one, making sure that you have a proper call center staff that is able to take on those calls, but really honing in on how to drive good quality traffic in the form of an inbound phone call should be step one, especially if you're just starting out. The least amount of friction for a consumer is the path of least resistance here. That is offering them the ability to contact you as quick as possible, to get a quote, to come and satisfy a job. Having consumers have to jump through multiple different funnels or to put any stress on them to get them to contact you or just having them wait around to be contacted. I know specifically if I was in the shoes of a consumer and I was requesting a quote or looking into evaluating some service that was related to me or to my house, I wouldn't want to wait to be contacted. I'm going to probably work with the people that are most helpful, the most responsive, the people that contact me first. But why would I do that when I could just call them and get a quick answer and evaluate those options myself? That's what I mean by the path of least resistance.
Yeah, the low-hanging fruit is the way to go. So next question here, how long should you give a lead source a chance before you think, okay, it's time to dump them, this isn't good, like it's not doing good for me?
So in the context of a home improvement company, and I think what you're referring to by lead source is an affiliate who is selling you a phone call on a pay-per-call basis. I don't really think there's a specific timeline that you want to put. I think what the better question to ask is how much budget you should allocate. So depending on what your marketing budget looks like, most of the successful home improvement companies out there have a good mix of internal and external budget that they've allocated for their media. So what that could look like is maybe doing a 70-30 split, for example, where 70 leans more on the side of spending money on the internal marketing. So that could be things like Google Ads, Facebook, CTV. Radio is still a channel that seems to convert for some specific services, believe it or not. And then the other 30% may be allocated to the affiliates to sell you leads, calls on a pay-per-lead or pay-per-call basis. There's not really a specific timeline for that in terms of how much leeway you got to give them. The cool thing with Ringba here is we give you that visibility to do that evaluation yourself. For example, on Ringba, you have a dashboard that's going to show all those sources, whether it's external or internal. And Ringba is going to show you what is working and what isn't. And that's really what our goal here is. I mentioned at the very beginning of this, our job is to create a product that drives incremental revenue for our clients. So what that looks like is in the form of true visibility into what is converting and what isn't. So when I talked earlier about over-subsidizing and under-subsidizing specific channels, that is going to give you the data and the visibility to really understand how quickly you should let an affiliate go or should you keep continuing to invest in their success.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much. So, in terms of, I'm trying to think a little bit about what we were talking about with the galley earlier with the traveling crew. What is something that might put you in hot water in terms of incoming leads? Like when you look at it, you're like, oh, that's not good. I have to turn a different direction.
Well, I think compliance comes to mind first, right? So I've seen too many cases, and unfortunately, with the TCPA laws and everything, I've seen a lot of brands get burned by their affiliates because maybe the affiliate told them that a call that they were buying was a consumer-initiated inbound as opposed to a transfer. Then it turns out that call was actually generated from a third-party call center, perhaps in another country. The data was collected non-compliantly, the consumer was dialed, they happened to call somebody who was on the DNC list or perhaps a known litigator. That person may have expressed that they were interested in the service that was being marketed, and then next thing you know, the company is on the hook for a massive TCPA violation. So compliance is the first thing that comes to mind. I believe there was a second part of your question or something I missed there.
No, actually, I think you answered it, but it was that you said that was the first thing that came to mind when it comes to like, should I turn a different direction? Is there another one that you have in mind?
Well, quality, of course, too. So let's say you do work with an affiliate. Well, let's use two examples here, right? Let's say you're working with an affiliate that sells you consumer-initiated inbounds. They're not necessarily doing anything wrong. The quality is just in the garbage. Or let's say it's an internal media source that you're investing a lot of money in. For example, it could be direct mail, it could be Facebook, it could be Google. You have to look to quality first, right? So you're going to know within your first couple of leads how to optimize. Are they actually calling or expressing interest in what you're actually doing? So sometimes there could be like a parallel offer that one company might be able to run or offer assistance with, but it's not necessarily something that they do very well. So take, for example, somebody is calling about new windows, but what they actually need is a replacement for a broken window and not an entirely new set of windows for their home. That indicates a quality issue. So one of the cool things with Ringba is you can actually dig a lot deeper into your internal media here. So when I was talking about earlier how Ringba really helps you understand demographic information, income levels, who's calling, where are they calling from, what keywords actually drove them to your landing page to actually get them to pick up the phone and call. Those are data points, and that's the visibility that you're going to want to look into, which is ultimately going to determine quality. So Ringba gives you the visibility whether those calls are coming from affiliates or internal media sources. But aside from compliance, to answer your question, quality is going to be the second thing that you need to look into if you're going to determine that you want to further invest in a channel or take your foot off the gas with it.
That makes sense. All right. So why do you think that more people in the home improvement industry aren't trying to do these kind of things in-house, like tracking their metrics, tracking their lead sources properly? Why do you think that this service is so valuable specifically to that industry?
Well, the first part of your question, I think, was why aren't they doing it? There could be several reasons, right? Look, at the end of the day, these people just want to get booked jobs. And the way they do that, sometimes they have to circumvent technology or make sacrifices in other departments where they're not necessarily looking long-term. A tool like Ringba is really only built for inbound calls. So although inbound calls could be only a portion of somebody's business, if we can make an impact on that very small portion, that goes back to me talking about how we create incremental revenue for our clients. So as far as why they're not doing it, there could be several reasons. I think it's just a lack of long-term strategy. But Ringba is a very powerful tool for this. Again, we help you double down on your efforts that are actually converting. And then make sure that you're not over-subsidizing efforts that are not converting. That's why Ringba is one of the most powerful tools for tracking all of your inbound calls via customer acquisition.
All right, thank you very much. We are coming up close on time here. Is there anything that you want to express to the audience that's here about, like, hey, by the way, this is something you should know, this is something that they ask me all the time, and it's something that you should always keep in the back of your head?
Yeah, I think whenever you're evaluating a new call tracking tool or whatever it is that you're looking into to grow your customer acquisition base, just put yourself in the shoes of a consumer. You're looking for a service and you need answers, you need quotes, you want the job done. What is the path of least resistance? In my opinion, that comes in the form of an inbound call. So for home improvement companies, I would really recommend diving into the Ringba ecosystem. So we have various different, online communities, events that we put on. We have the Ringba Exchange, which can actually directly help with your customer acquisition efforts. Just talk to us. We're very open to offering any strategic guidance and really making sure that we're, of service. And that's the way that we provide value up front to a lot of the customers that we work with. Really by giving as much information as possible to make sure you're making the most informed decision for your business. But that's the way we roll here. If you want any guidance, you can always hit me up. I'm on LinkedIn. Talk to anybody on our team. The feedback that we get at Ringba constantly is we have some of the best customer support. Our sales team is phenomenal. Ultimately, we're here to serve, and we truly do live by the whole mission, which is helping our clients grow their business through incremental revenue.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and your answers, Patrick. I appreciate you being here. So if anybody has any questions about Ringba, obviously, just like what you said, you can hit them up on LinkedIn. And if you have any questions about how to set up your own perfect tracking system, essentially, you are also welcome to check out links in the description for all of our speakers that we have today. Next one, we are having a little bit of a break, another half hour before the great AI debate. Hope to see you there. Stick around, and thank you for tuning in. Okie dokie.
No chairs for them.
All right,
You guys want
last
all those
panel of
cameras
the
on?
day, and it's going to be a big
They're
one,
on.
the great AI debate. We have pretty much the whole crew here that is AI centric, and so we're going to go ahead and go down the line now. If you're seeing this live, you'll realize that we have a lot of experts on the topic. So, how far can AI go in the lead sales pipeline? We have Mohit Balani from Leads.io, Cheryl Singh from TikTok, Rami Tachivili from Better Ad Solutions, Andy Warford from Profitize, Brandon Proctor from Investor and AI Expert, Nate Lauren and Brian Rollstone from Buyer Found AI, Dan Dunn from Acquidity, and Dominic Caminata from Grosso University. This is the moment that the old guard meets new wave. The marketers who built the industry face off against the innovators who say AI will rebuild it entirely. All right, enough with the dramatics. I'll go ahead and start on the first question. Will
let's
AI
get
wipe out
everybody
media
to go
buyers,
and,
SDRs,
introduce
or
themselves.
call centers first?
Let's have everybody introduce themselves. It's fine. This is just a casual thing. Introduce themselves first.
Hi, I'm Andy. I'm the Director of Business Development for Profitize. I talked earlier. It was amazing. You should definitely watch that one. And AI is cool. That's my vote.
Well said.
Hi, I'm Tori Guidry. I'm an attorney at Troutman Amin. I'm an AI attorney, TCPA attorney, and data privacy attorney.
Hi guys, I'm a partner at Troutman Amin. My name is Pooja Amin, also known as Queenie of TCPA World. I am the baddest lawyer you'll ever meet.
That's real. That's real.
I'm Brandon Proctor, former Renuity, now just consulting as well as AI expert. So.
I love the juxtaposition there. Hi, Eric Troutman. It's our pleasure.
He is not being I'm Victor Sun, the CEO of Channel Automation.
I'm Dan Dunn, the CEO of Acuity. Our company handles AI implementation for customers who are in the in-home services business, professional services, and manufacturing.
So my name is Dominic Caminata, the CEO of Grosso University. I am not an AI expert by any means. I'm definitely an industry-leading sales trainer, business development coach, leadership coach, but AI is deeply integrated into everything we do. So I'm very much on the front lines of how AI is influencing and disrupting in-home selling as we know it. So got some good insights there.
Hi everybody, I'm Brian Rollstone, one of the co-founders of BuyerFound.ai. We automate the scheduling of appointments in home services, and I've been in the call space for 30 years, long before it was cool to be in the call space.
Hi everyone, I'm Bo from Leads.io. I'm the commercial director. We're a creative agency that does lead gen. We're across 13 different countries. We do about 4 million leads a year, and I think one of the things that we're doing is splitting a lot of it within our platforms and actual lead gen. So not necessarily an AI expert, but we use it a lot for our ad campaigns. So I'll be adding that perspective to the conversation today.
And there was a question.
Want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
No problem. Will AI wipe out media buyers, SDRs, or call centers first? Or none of the above?
I'll actually start out with that question. So for the clients that we serve in call centers, right now we see AI as being a component to augment staff. I think we have clients who talk about AI agents, whether they're voice or texting or chat, are really helping augment the current staff, or when there's a fluctuation. For example, we have a client who is in the weather basement or basement repair business, and whenever they have a significant rainstorm, they need a whole bunch of people on the phones to really pitch in to answer calls live. They see AI as a tool that allows them to expand their support team, their customer support team, without actually hiring a bunch of W-2. So right now they see it as a benefit that's really helping their business, as opposed to replacing their employees. And then those employees they have that they don't need on the phones can be repurposed to other areas of business that add more value.
I think I now perspective from like a media buyer point of view. I don't expect it's going to replace it. I think it's going to make media buyers more stronger and more powerful. One of the things we're seeing is like, let's say pre-AI, one of the things, the time suck and efficiency was how much time a media buyer actually spends on the platform trying to figure out ad fatigue. Because we run, let's say, for one campaign, nearly 500 to 1,000 ads, depending on how big it is. If you are going to constantly be monitoring how much of it is dying and how much of it is fatiguing, it's a constant job. You just got to be on it all the time. We're using AI now. It's starting to become a bigger part of the discussion on how we can actually tackle ad fatigue and make sure that our creatives are delivering the performance they should. And the creatives, of course, I think, yeah. So I don't think it's going to replace, it's going to make the media buyers more powerful.
So I'll answer that a little bit. I don't think it's going to replace anything. However, I do think there's massive automation that's going to come from content creation. Sure. You can also utilize agents to make sure that every single ad and the constraints of those ads, whether it be character limitations, whether it be what types, whether it be display-based ads, video-based ads, etc., you can train agents to be able to actually automate that entire process. So I think that is where you're going to get a lot of momentum. On the call side, I don't know, having built a lot of call-based agents, I think that it's basically the same training, whether it be call, whether it be text, whether it be live chat, whether it be WhatsApp. I think you're going to see a lot of augmentation, and I think that there's going to be less staff in the call center, and they're going to be used as the experts to refine the agents themselves, and they're going to treat those agents more like employees. And I think you're going to need more and more experts that have greater and greater experience as you continue to actually, unfortunately, train yourself out of even the experts you have on staff.
I think it's going to absolutely replace, call center agents. And it's the agents specifically that you're already replacing. You see, I think the discussion around will it replace agents, it's like, it's going to just obliterate that entire call center is not going to happen instantaneously, right? It's going to be a slow roll to it. But with regards to who you're replacing now, I mean, channel automation wouldn't have a business if we didn't replace those inefficient agents, right? But it's those agents, though people realize you're already replacing them. They're already part of that attrition, right? They're getting fired, or whether it's performance, or they're quitting the job because it's not a high-paying job. It's a job that's usually dead end, or it's creating a lot of liability. Which I'd like to hear about that from the legal experts. Like, how will that play if a company, for example, uses AI to replace? Is that discriminating? Technology replaces the human. There's a lot of upside. No commissions, no workers' comp, no days off, right? No time off, none of that other stuff. So, I mean, how does that play into the legal rules?
So let me first be the old guard for a second. AI sucks. It's not going to replace anything. I think of AI the way I think of like a manual transmission, right? So like back in like the 70s, manual transmission came out, and like some like low performers started using manual transmission, right? Or sorry, the automatic transmission. And as time's gone on, the automatic transmissions got better and better. But even to this day, 50 years on automatic transmissions, the elite still use that manual transmission. We have F1 here tomorrow, 2 days from now. Are they using technology to change their gears for them? Or are they still doing it by hand? Because they're better. At the end of the day, AI will never replace elite performers anywhere, period. And so if you are looking to have an AI-only shop, what you're saying is you don't want to be elite. You don't want to have the best. You want to have an approximation, something that's easy, something that's cheap. And you know what? When I look at you, from a legal perspective, I said that's fine, right? The market is going to have plenty of room for people that want to be so-so, and AI will deliver so-so results at scale for very little money. Great. But to me, you just branded yourself, and it's true in the legal community as well. You see a lot of lawyers that are using AI. I laugh at them. I'm like, you're just asking to get crushed, right? Because people don't come to me for me to take the easy way out. for me to rely on AI. They come to me to be the best and to give them a win. But ultimately, from a legal perspective, right, we know what the law requires. If you're going to use outbound AI, you've got to comply with the TCPA. You've got to comply with the strictest requirements. If you're going to be replacing people with AI, currently there's really no rule against that. Tori got me out. There's no rule against that at all. The issue only becomes you have to have a disclosure, and at some point in the future, maybe we'll have some kind of anti-AI discriminatory, you got to take care of people first requirements, right? You could imagine quotas. You have to maintain X number of real-life people, but none of that has really come to fruition. Like, where are we at on that?
And if you're training your AI. So there are some states that are coming out with laws that if you're using any type of AI interaction with a human to train that AI, there's going to be disclosures required. Now, what kind of disclosure that is a bit ambiguous for the laws out there. Now, it could be simple as, hi, this is Susie.ai, and we're also seeing various laws around other disclosures just generally if AI is being used. And it's how many people actually want to talk to AI and how many people want to talk to the typical, press 1 for this, press 2 for this. A lot of people still want to talk to a human. So get to the core of the question is, no, it's not going to replace call centers. It's not going to replace any of this.
The law won't let it.
The law won't let it.
One question I have for the panel here is, from a legal perspective, if AI makes a decision, so if AI is making a decision on behalf of a customer experience and it's not in line with what the company would expect that would have otherwise been handled by a live agent, what does the enforcement look like from a legal perspective? Because the AI agent is representing the company. Is it the same thing as going to a grocery store and buying something that's mispriced and then going to the register and saying, hey, give me the price it was paid for? I'm just kind of curious what kind of...
The law is vague on that. There's no strict, you're 100% responsible for what your AI does out there. But whenever it comes down to just general liability principles, you're likely going to be liable for the mistakes your AI makes, especially if you're the one, implementing those procedures.
Okay.
Well, take the obvious example of, for those in the call center space, when you receive a do not call request, right? A live agent receives a stop notification, or the AI receives a stop notification. If the live agent or the AI agent don't process that stop notification, that is strict liability under the TCPA. So you are still liable to $500 up to $1,500 a call or text, regardless of who did or did not process that revocation request. So sure, you can use AI, but it is going to be up to the company, sometimes personal liability, as we were talking about earlier, under the TCPA. So yes, you're going to be held accountable at least under the TCPA and similar state telemarketing regulations.
Okay. Well, let me just add one more piece of color, right? You guys remember recently, did you see the story of the whole Waymo, like one of these non-driver cars, makes an illegal U-turn in front of Todd, gets pulled over. Do you guys hear about this? Right?
Yeah.
Cop pulls him over. Does the Waymo get a ticket? No. Waymo, cops are staring at it. Oh my God, this Waymo just violated the law. What do we do? They call Waymo. They're like, hey, your Waymo's out of control. Can you fix the programming? They're like, no problem. No liability. No one gets in trouble. I look at that and I'm like, if I had done that same thing, I'm busted, right? But Waymo just gets away with it. The reason is that right now, it's like kind of funny, right? Right now, we heard the story of the AI agent that sold the truck for $1, right? And the courts enforced it, but it was kind of like as a larf, right? It was kind of like as a cautionary tale. We're still at that formative period of time where the law is way behind technology. And that was Tori's point, right? Right now, police see a Waymo breaking the law, they think it's funny. The court sees a AI bot sell a car for $1, they enforce it with like a smile on their face, right? But really, where the rubber's going to meet the road is ultimately where does liability land?
So if that Waymo made a U-turn and it killed somebody.
Yep. Well, yeah.
Yeah, not so funny anymore, is it?
Yeah.
That's right.
Stakes are raised, yeah.
And it begs the question of deployer versus programmer, right? And it really tracks the law of tort around design defect versus utilization defect versus warranty. And this law is actually well developed, but not in AI. So if we're hanging out here in this house at Vic's place, and Vic's got a coffee maker, and Vic has modified the coffee maker to make it nuclear powered and explodes and kills us all, right? Vic's responsible. But if he just has a regular coffee maker here and it explodes and kills me, he's not responsible, right? The coffee maker manufacturer is responsible, or maybe somebody else is responsible in the chain of the merchants. It's the same thing with AI, right? And the law just hasn't developed yet. Where is that going to land? But fault will be, everyone will be having a microscope looking at everybody's fault in the chain.
So, by the way, this is not my place, and I've never modified that.
We're all looking at the coffee maker.
I want to make sure that everybody understands.
That's right.
Disclaimer, that was just an analogy.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how many lawsuits have you guys handled, or statistically, that like for that call center? The call center human agent forgets. Okay, because statistics is really, numbers are important. If we look at the last 10 years versus the last 2 years, how many lawsuits were born out of agent forgetting to take somebody off a list that caused a lawsuit versus AI doing it and that company getting sued? I'm curious about the numbers.
So far, again, this is more anecdotes because we don't have complete visibility in terms of the entire market. But AI, I'm happy to report for those of you that like AI, pretty slim number of lawsuits for now. I'm only aware of actually one direct causal outbound AI agent leading to multi-million-dollar class action lawsuit settlement so far. Only one. I'm not aware of any failure of AI, agentic or otherwise, to detect opt-outs yet. Right? And so, again, that could be that AI is fantastic at it. It could be that these things are still working their way through the chain. It could be that I just don't have complete visibility. And there's lots of them out there. I just don't know about it. The last one's unlikely.
I agree with you. Like, we don't have those statistics yet, but I will say, like, Eric and I represent a ton of big brands and call centers, right? And I handle the majority of the clients work at my firm. And my goodness, like what folks are trying to use AI for, and navigating how that can be compliant with TCP is more difficult than you would imagine, right? Like you take the revocation piece, but then you also take the chatbots that are looking to obtain prior express written consent, right, to outbound dial, and the AI agent, for instance, goes rogue, right? Like you say, no, I don't consent, and then later you say I consent, and the AI agent processes that as a consent to use AI outreach. That's not prior express written consent, right? But the AI isn't trained enough to pick up on the full, what you call like the trauma 9, for instance, right? That the full disclosures that's required. And more importantly, not only do you need those 9 requirements, you also need what judges are still old and antiquated, right? They're still keeping up with the law and the technology. They're still observing website layouts and fonts and colors to see if it's clear and conspicuous. So when they're looking at a chatbot that's looking to obtain consent, courts haven't looked at that yet, right? It hasn't fallen within their purview yet. But when it does, you better betcha these judges, unless they're going to be replaced by AI, they're still looking at old school website. Even websites are still not old school to them, right? These technologies that are being deployed right now, it's very foreign to these judges. And so you have to look at it from the lens of the court systems and how slowly they're adapting to new technology, right? So the law is still there, it's ever present, it's going to remain, the law, especially the TCPA, it's a federal statute, right? So it's not going to change around the use of AI. So you just got to keep that in mind as you're, using technology, but also trying to stay compliant.
I'll follow up with Brandon. Being somebody who's built a lot of this from investor firms and big companies, maybe you can talk about that. And AI can read, and maybe you can talk a little bit about the technology ragtag, how it documents this and parses through the law. And so you can mitigate those things in terms of the hallucinations and errors. So over time, there's less lawsuits. How would that transform from call centers to SDRs to sales?
Yeah, so some of what you were talking about were, there's been one case as this is refined, you have a context that you actually give an agent, and it obeys that context before it actually utilizes the LLM brain. So if there are rules that have been put in place, that's always its first decision, right? And the experts that you put within a call center or within any area where you actually have deployed agents are the people that are looking at fringe cases and then refining the actual context to ensure that any exceptions to the rule, meaning they encountered a new situation that they didn't actually plan for, didn't have the context built in, they then refine that. Now they have the context built in, which means the next time the agent encounters that particular issue, it is 100% accurate. So the reason why, and this is like a bigger thing, I love the Formula One, I think that's great. I think that saying never is a very, very dangerous thing to say. I think that ultimately, if you actually got a raise of hands here to who has automatic transmission cars versus stick-based cars, the lion's share of the people here are going to have automatic cars. So there might be a high performance, but it's a fringe case. It's not going to be the everyday person, which means that there's a bigger thing at play here. So my view is that, look, I get that like innovation comes first and then the law comes after. And that is what is going on right now. I do know that like our public markets right now are propped up as a result of AI and the actual growth of AI, which means that there's going to be a lot of money that's going to be poured into lobbying and making sure a lot of stuff gets pushed through, which means that what we think might happen could be a very different outcome. We are, in fact, the corporation of the United States of America. And that's where we're at.
All right, you guys ready for the next question? Looks like watching a short
let's let
movie.
Brian fill in.
All right, so is AI creative outperforming human creative at this time?
That's a good question. Yeah. I'd say go ahead and do the first
Are
one.
AI agents outperforming human agents? I mean, that's the question. To me, that's the question. That's what she was asked. That's a good question.
So it dovetails with the comment that I was going to make, really. So as somebody who used to own a 150-seat call center, there's no question that AI dramatically reduces variability. And it's somebody that, one of the things that used to always be worried about, just talking about somebody saying, hey, take me off your list. You're dealing with a certain profile of individual that maybe on a Friday afternoon is vaping a little THC in a parking lot, ready to get the party on for the weekend, and those requests come in, maybe they forget, maybe they're mad about the commission they got paid last week, so they're purposely not going to register that. I'd sleep a lot better at night knowing whether it was the entire agent is AI or that compliance piece, because I think in the call center world, especially in outbound, the statistic on QC is sub 5%. I think 2 to 3% of all calls. And so that's a whole lot of exposure. Not just on the compliance piece, but in terms of refining excellence and all of those things. If you're only listening to 3% of your calls, you're missing a lot. But to have enough humans to do that is untenable, for most companies.
Yeah, so obviously, like I disclosed earlier, I'm not an AI expert, certainly not a legal expert, but I just kind of relate to the old guard that we heard earlier, kind of digging my heels a little bit there. I personally feel, maybe I'm just way out there, that as AI continually gets shoved down my throat, my demand for human interaction increases. Okay, that might sound weird, but I think human interaction has become more and more valuable as time goes on. And if I'm a company, that wants to figure out a way to differentiate myself from all these other companies that truly are trying to take the path of least resistance and just use AI for everything and eliminate all human beings, I would actually use that as a sales feature that obviously would leverage AI for efficiency, but we still have that human touch, that human element. The demand for that is going to increase. And I think AI is also able to enhance HI. They got the AI that can literally talk people through a sales encounter or through a call with an actual real prospect. And I think it actually would reduce turnover and make the human experience a lot more pleasant in a call center. because it can do a lot of heavy lifting, weed through all the rejection, the BS that call handlers go through on a daily basis, and do the warm transfers, the live transfers with pleasant clients that actually have a need, want, or desire for the product or their sell. So I think there's a lot of benefits to a hybrid model, and that's where I agree. I don't see human beings ever being fully replaced. There's no doubt they will be replaced to a certain extent, but I would actually use that as a huge differentiator and a huge sales feature that we do have a hybrid model, and you're always going to be able to talk to a live human being whenever you request it. So that's just my opinion on that.
Like, who are the guys out there? Because I think we can all agree, like, I've taken the hard nose, I'll continue to take the hard nose that AI can never replace everyone because there will always be elite, and the elite will always be better than a model that's trained on a model that's trained on a model, right? Period, full stop. However, even I will agree that some people suck, right? And so the sucky guys, even though I told you AI sucks, well, it probably sucks less than people do at some things. The guy smoking pot on Friday, right? So who out there is doing a good job of, this is the core of the question, right? The core of the question is AI doing better than human agents? I think we all nod our heads and say some AI is doing better than some human agents. Not all AI is doing better than all human agents. So then the question becomes, who is best at deploying AI to get rid of the low-performing human agents and really exploit the best AI that's out there on the market? Like what are these shiny examples of that? That's kind of what I want. I don't know. As a lawyer, I don't know who's kicking ass in the market. I just kind of know the legal stuff.
I'm just going to chime in. I'm not going to speak more so about necessarily like agents in the call center space. I'll talk more so from an agency aspect. I mean, Brian, you touched on creatives and things like that. At Leads.io, what we've basically seen this year is a 400% increase in efficiency towards our creatives. And just to give you some perspective of what I mean by that. We do cue cards as showstoppers, right? Because you've got, I think you've heard about this, we've got the attention span of goldfish. It's actually getting worse. We're scrolling through the likelihood of like the Eiffel Tower every day. When you're kind of going through something like that, you need something to grab your attention. We had actual people who were writing down these cue cards, and if they made a mistake, we were going back and doing that again. And we're doing voiceovers and county campaigns. AI is actually helping us do that. We've done about 320,000 hats this time. It's an 80% increase in terms of how we've done it. So like a real use case scenario of that, talking to hybrid models and like how we're using AI to actually become a super user, if you may, take the elite rock stars and actually add this thing to it. That's, I mean, where I'm seeing at the moment, AI is really helping with. Because I mean, we're all in efficiency, we all want to do better productivity. And I think like that's the aspect where we're seeing it actually being really impactful. And also, you know, down the funnel when leads actually converted, they're using AI to actually identify like what are the profiles that these leads fit into. So yeah, I mean that's in perspective just on like what we're seeing.
So the only quick addition to this is that look, agentic, we'll say autonomous agents, they've only been around since February.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we're in November. So us saying that like, oh, is it gonna get better? Hell yes, it's gonna get better. And the bottom average, right? Everybody we drive around with every single day, actually when I think about that, like think about like average intelligence and below average intelligence, just like split the entire population. Kind of terrifies me that I'm driving around with most people that, you know, maybe are those pot smokers on Fridays, right? So I view it as like this is just getting started. Now, if you look at like one of the most mature spaces, it's going to be the engineering space. Okay, right now, this is a very well-known thing. Some of the top tech companies out there are choosing not to hire college grads in engineering anymore. Okay, so computer science grads are no longer the most valuable career in the world. However, if you have 10 plus years of experience, so you can train a bunch of these agents to do various tasks, that's extremely valuable. So going back to the elite, now the reality is like, right now they're demanding 10 plus years experience and that's all they want to hire. But beyond that, after that particular 10-year experienced person has refined that model and helped those engineers get better and better, all of a sudden now they need the person that has 20 years of experience. And then from there they need the person that has 4 PhDs, and that needs to be the person that's refining models. But as far as the replacements and us getting better, that's the most mature state. And we're seeing the results of that, and it's phenomenal what is being built. So I think, look, we have to also remember this timeline. We are just getting started.
Yeah, maybe just another touch on Eric's question. So it's probably 3 or 4 years ago, was building out a Medicare agency for LendingTree. And this is not a plug for the company, but there's a tool called Balto. They're still out there, right? And earlier days of the technology, but here we're scaling up. Most people know how the Medicare business works, right? There's this huge swell. So you're first trying to find licensed Medicare agents. And to your point about excellence, there aren't a lot of, and those calls are long and complex if you're really doing a good job and not just people hear about the news just trying to flip a policy, but really trying to understand what do you need, what medications you take, what doctors are they going to, and consumers ask the question is, Aetna or Florida Blue better in Tampa, Florida? Balto would go out, might find a PDF comparison of those. Hey, Mrs. Jones, I just texted you where human at the time, best case, they might think there's something, hey, let me look around on digital library and not find it. And so that tool then did an excellent job of, Dom waxed poetic about, the in-house sales presentation. You know what you want your agents to say. What are the key points? And it's effectively along the way, things are turning green. If you're veering off course, maybe it's going red and then giving you feedback. And so, again, that was probably 3 years ago. We were early days. I imagine that technology, they probably have a number of other competitors that are helping the mediocre continue to get better.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, would you say that a human, an AI, or a hybrid, would you trust more for follow-up with your client?
Yeah, from a trust perspective, hybrid would probably be the way to go, particularly if it's an employee who is an expert. If there's a quick exit from an AI component, the human is kind of monitoring some sort of interaction, the human picks up, the human has experience, the human knows everything about the company. I would probably always choose that, and most of our clients that want to either have a voice AI agent in their business, they want to make sure that their customers have the smoothest experience. So if you give your clients multiple ways to communicate with them, and different people want to communicate based on the form factor that they find to be most comfortable for them, I think that is the winning combination. And Dominic, you mentioned there will be an increase in that human touch, and I strongly agree there. If you make it so seamless that someone will say, hey, I got you as far as I could, but now let me go ahead and put you in touch with a human, and that is a seamless experience. The call doesn't get dropped, the chat doesn't drop, the agent who is live picks up and finishes the experience. I think that is probably the perfect combination. So that hybrid is what I think we're advising our clients at the community, and I think it's important to kind of moving forward as well for companies to look at that approach.
You gotta be kidding, right? To me, you would always, and I dare someone tell me I'm wrong, you would always take your top human performer, if you could get them, your number one killer, guy or gal. If you got that person available to get on the line with your potential client and close it, that is what you're going to do. I just cannot believe anyone would disagree with that today. Maybe 20 years from now, the AI is just better objectively, but today, my goodness, I don't see how that's even debatable. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I agree with some component when you look at like scale. So if you have a lot of interactions coming at one time, and the alternative is that no human is available to interact with the prospect, then at least queuing it up so that when that best of breed employee who is a expert on any particular topic is able to take that live conversation. I think that experience is also
If the option is no one or AI, then you take AI. But my point is, if your option, because the question is, I understood, is do you take your top current AI model, your a well-refined hybrid model, or your top human agent? This is the way my brain works. I'm going to leave this to always look at the highest level of any hypothetical, right? If I have on my best day, my best AI agent, my best hybrid model, my best human, personally, I'm putting my human in there every single time in that lineup. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody else goes somewhere else. I don't know.
Assuming that the best agent is performing at its best every
That's
single
my assumption.
time.
That's my assumption for the hypothetical.
Humans, I understand AI agents also have error, right? But AI agents 20 years from now may not, right?
I agree.
And they don't have emotions
I
and
agree.
feelings and like other things that might come into play when they are on the job that day.
I think it's a very linear view of what we're talking about here, because you're saying it's either the AI agent or a call center rep or a sales rep. I think let's simplify a little bit in terms of an actual lead that comes from the system. They're agnostic towards what platform one they signed up on because they just had a meeting, right? One of the things that's happening as time is evolving is people like an omnichannel approach in terms of how they're being spoken to. I don't just want a text. I don't just want a phone call. I don't just want a human interaction. I want follow-up. I want things like that to actually work really well. So what we're talking about here, and let's talk some metrics here. When a lead comes in, typically speaking out of 100, you maybe set 30% of them in terms of performance. If that is a metric that you're going with, let's say for example, how many agents are you actually going to put towards that where you can try to connect with them, convert into appointments, and then into sales, so on and so forth. I don't expect AI to show up and close a sale. However, I do expect that AI can help significantly in terms of helping appointments, because that is the first step of the sales process. So, just some perspective there, because I think that's really where what we're talking about here, and that's where I think hybrid is the winner. Because we cannot expect AI just to do everything, or humans just to do everything in terms of what they're doing.
For a guy who's just a lawyer and has actually no practical AI industry experience, I'm doing a lot of talking. But isn't what we want, because when you talk about what the human wants, right, what the consumer wants, isn't what the consumer wants resolutions? And don't we want it right now? Like, I don't want follow-ups, I don't want appointment settings, I don't want multi-channel, omni-channel touch, I want what I want now. And is a human being not always better equipped to deliver that? I mean, am I crazy?
Love it. So here's what I will say. In this particular industry that we're talking about, speed lead is everything. Okay? And in the call center, you were what? I don't know. If you're lucky, you're like an 8 to 8. But most of the time, it's not going to be an 8 to 8. It's probably going to be an 8 to 5. Leads come in all the time. Like when I'm going to submit, hey, I need a quote for this particular bathroom or whatever the case may be, it might be when I have time to do so, which is at 10 o'clock at night. If I get a response, and it's perfect, here's the thing. I don't pick up the phone. So another thing is like, if somebody is texting me, it's perfect, and it imitates the human to a T. And it's through text, and I can set my appointment, qualify everything, do it through text, and I never have to talk to a human. Oh my gosh, that is a win. If someone calls me, I actually consider that to be like the biggest failure of any company. If I have to call them, if I have to talk to a person, I consider that a failure because they did not offer up the information in a way where I could actually self-serve.
Can I? Brandon, that right there, I think, is like the crux of the conversation. That's your preference. We're going to have someone who's 50 years old, who's comfortable with a phone call. I'm comfortable with a text. Maybe follow with a phone call, but like we all have our opinions. And you're right, you want it now. What if the agent that is the best performer doesn't actually know that you are the lead that they need to be speaking to? Because they've got 100 that just come in with interest. Not everyone's created equal. And that is the challenge we face, is because everyone's got interest, right? Because like, you need to also understand that if you talk about marketing funnel, some of them are top of funnel, some of them are mid funnel, some of them are bottom funnel, and you don't know which is what until the time you actually connect with them. And that's really sort of what we're talking about here, is because you don't know the lead that's come in, what is their preference. At this point, there's a novelty with AI, let's be honest. Like everyone's talking, and you made a good point, it's only been around since February, GenTech model. But it is a novelty. Like there's an adoption rate curve that's going really high, and at some point will plateau. But at this moment, everyone's excited about it. Almost, I mean, we're just lead generators, but like the majority of our clients are talking about how are you using it? And I'm like, look, at this point, I'm just helping it to make your campaigns, but you should be asking how do you want to use AI on your money. And at some point, it will all come to a head, and then we'll figure out what's next. But we're just in November, so.
I think there's also I'm going to go back to what Eric said, the elite. So in Japan, like if you trim bonsai trees, there's like this $30,000 US dollar scissors that you can order. Now you're going to put in your order, it could take anywhere between 12 months to 3 years to produce this one scissor. And it's about $30,000, okay? That is elite, okay? That is that craftsman who's honed his skills and they're going to build that, think about and philosophically how that scissors is going to be $30,000. But to scale that thing, that master, that elite person won't be able to do it. And so I think there's going to be companies, because we're talking about business, right? They're going to make decisions as to, I'm going to be boutique, and I'm only going to handle this much because I'm a human and I'm an elite, but I can only handle this many. And for those who can find the marriage between that, because they've been lucky enough to have an organization where they can hire those elites. As to Brandon's point is, with us, for example, our company has grown so much because what we've done was look at the elites and say, let's create a twin to that. Let's try to replicate that. And you can't do that if you're just some AI technology, right? You have to have expertise in that space. You have to know it inside out. And then you understand how to replicate those agents. And then you go ahead and replace who you're already naturally replacing. Because it's a natural part of it. So if you talk about intent on web forms, like what was within your heart? See, I always think about that, right? You're like, oh, what was in your heart? Well, it's the same thing, I think, in AI. What's in your heart is if it's just to scale and cheap, well, cheap is cheap. Right? You're not going to get the very best agentic thing. If you want elite, then you're going to have to pay for that elite AI programming agentic technology. And I think if you look at it in those terms, then I think businesses will have a better chance of, accepting AI and using it correctly, as opposed to just let me go and save more money, right? I think the idea should be, how do I give the very best elite experience, user experience, using this technology? And of course, you're going to save money, you're going to scale, you're going to have those efficiencies. But what you don't do is come in thinking, I'm here to simply be able to cover 24 hours and not pay a human.
Yeah, see, I like this. I like the way you frame that, because I think it puts a new challenge to all of you, right? Because it should be using AI to deliver an elite experience, as opposed to just using AI to make it faster, make it more efficient, have more touches, have more quantity without quality, right? I mean, you guys know, like Trump, you just did that from my perspective. That was really, really on the nose. Because we're a small firm, we only do a handful of things, we only hire the absolute best attorneys, and I and Pooja are pathologically oversee everything. Because everything, like the $30,000 piece of scissors, has to be perfect, because that's just my mindset. So the idea is, how do we give away any of that to some approximation of an approximation of an approximation? I would rather die. But that's just my philosophy, right? Others have different philosophies, but what I love hearing is that the challenge is not, let's get to market and replace and move fast and break things, but rather let's get to market and deliver something elite because we can over time. Now see this, now you're talking my language, right? You were going to say something, sorry.
I couldn't agree with you more, actually. I think the biggest failure we're seeing within the agentic community and the deployment of these has to do with the fact that people are going, well, we set a standard agent. So we have a standard call center agent that's outbound, and that's what we're providing X company. And then you have like a business like Klarna, I don't know if you read the news on that, where they basically took all their customer service and replaced them with agents. And then they go, oh my gosh, what did we do? We just replaced like our elite with somebody who is average.
Yeah.
And so what do? They go back and they hire back these people that are the elites. And those elites now are the bosses of these AI agents, and they're refining them, and they're making sure that they are all leveling up to a standard that is much better. But I think that that's what's happening more than anything else. Like you have Walmart announcing the fact that they're not going to hire any more people because they're automating everything. I think those are I think it's a great goal, but doing it so quickly and really barreling towards these things, thinking this is like the replacement instantaneously, I think is a mistake. I agree with Dick. I agree with you. I think this is about making the very best and doing that time and time again so that you have the ability to actually have concurrence, right?
Yeah.
So that at any time of night, at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night, you can have 1 million or 100 agents available to be able to handle leads or calls.
It's a good point. I think Greg, like, it reminded me actually of a conversation we had that was not too long ago. We were actually talking about like how long does it take to put one of your AIs in place. And I know you were kind of mentioning to me that some of the clients come up and they expect it can be overnight. And there is a challenge that lies with it, right? Because the expectation right now with AI is that, oh, you know, it's AI. You can bring it in and this is going to be blockbuster, everything's going to be great, and we're going to do it right away. But there lies the piece which you've got to train it. You actually got to spend time building it. Like, think about your elite people who are performing at the levels they are. They didn't get there overnight. Right? I mean, think about everyone sitting across. I mean, the process, the experience we have allows us to speak to the level we're speaking to. That didn't happen because the career started yesterday. Right? Our career has been building over time. You understand what we said, and that's why we have these conversations today. And if you're going to create intelligence, you can't expect that it's going to happen right away. It sounds like I need to shut up. Was that it?
No, that was bad.
But if you want me to.
That's AI detecting that you talk too much.
That's it.
It reminds me, I started my career at Anderson Consulting, which became Accenture. And so it's 30 years ago, in the day of early outsourcing. Hey, should we outsource our back office or this or that? One of the things we'd say to clients all the time is, you don't outsource a broken process or a bad process. So many companies wonder, man, our back office is all left up, and so let's just throw it over the fence to another country. Man, it's a whole lot cheaper. It's still a broken process. And so, in that vein, I do think there are a lot of people that, AI, I've got this problem, I've never done this, so I'm just going to slap some AI on it, and it'll be better than what I don't have. But right, it's going to take that expertise, that mastery. So it's the perfect or refined process that you then build in those guardrails in AI so that it doesn't, say and do things you don't want it to do.
AI is a tool. You can use it for good or for bad. You can't kill an elephant with a lever, and you can't lift an elephant with a gun. You need the right tool for the right things, and that's how AI is. I feel like I was going somewhere better with that.
I didn't know you were an elephant killer.
It was we should be saving that. It was not. Yes, that should have been like bad lead generators or something. When you deploy AI thoughtfully, you can do great things. When you do it unthoughtfully, you can still do great things horribly. Oh no, I was so close to having a great thought on this one. I waited too long.
I'm gonna think about it for a second.
I want the tusks if you do in fact.
Oh, no, we'll get them. We'll go.
Yeah.
I don't know if we answered that question. Are companies liable if they just decimate the call center and they go, we're going to go AI? Is that discrimination? Or is that
Not yet.
No, today there's no law that requires you to, you've got contracts with your employees, you got to honor your contracts, right? So obviously you can't go, if you've got a deal with your employee, you can't violate the deal. but there's no discrimination against human beings today. Now, there's like whispers of that in the halls of Congress and in certain state legislatures. Go ahead.
There's some proposed laws about like percentage of AI versus human employees proposed out there. Nothing's been passed yet. It's very like in the nascent stages of being in existence.
Yeah, I mean, the lawmakers, and look, you guys know I'm running for Congress, right? I mean, the folks out there in D.C., I love them, but I kind of don't, because generally speaking, they're not lawyers, they're generally speaking not business owners, and generally speaking, they're just not very bright, right? They're good at certain things, but they're not when it comes
But other than that, he loves them.
Tell us what you really think.
Well, I think they're well-meaning. I think they love their country by and large, but I think they're generally partisan, and most of the time, they're just not qualified. And one of the reasons they're not qualified is exactly what you just pointed out, right? We've got a situation where the folks in this room are 1,000 times better equipped to answer these questions from a policy and legal perspective than the people who are making our laws. To me, that's a problem. Personally, I hate that. And I'm just going to be honest with you, I hate that. And you guys would never go to Congress because you make a hell of a lot more money and you make a hell of a lot more impact, right? So that's a broken system. But leave that alone. The point remains that you got whispers of things, the law's trying to catch up with the development of technology. I will say only this, which is not answering your question, but I feel better about this conversation, I'll be honest with you, because I view society's acceptance of AI, particularly ChatGPT, as an acceptance of shortcuts and an acceptance of mediocrity, and I hate that. And I hate to think of our society, which is already, I mean, look, there's a little bit that I'm getting old, you know, I'm getting to that age where the young kids, they just don't work as hard as we did when we were young. But from a certain perspective, right, like I really have a problem with society accepting mediocrity as the new form of superiority that drives me insane. But when I think about actually deploying the tool as a tool to its highest and best use, honing it to excellence, driving toward excellence, as opposed to just driving toward efficiencies, okay, you know, you can sell me. You could sell me on AI, but that's the level of AI that I would need to see, right? The level of AI I see today is, oh, I don't really want to do something. It's easier to have ChatGPT do it for me, and it's really kind of a low impact outcome anyway. So I'll just let ChatGPT do it, right? And to me, I don't know. I mean, this is the old guard, right? I will die the old guard. I'll be John Henry swinging my hammer against the steam engine. I will. Right? To me, that's a bad thing, and it's a bad thing morally. And so to the extent that I hear you guys saying, well, wait a second, there's something we can transcend here, we can improve, we can become unique using technology, and we can maybe even enhance the human animal as opposed to deteriorating it, I'm willing to hear that. I like that.
My only comment is like on the labor protections. I view this as more like industrial revolution, right? Or I gave the example last night around like farming. We used to have farming where it was just a field full of people actually like, you know, harvesting crop. And then we introduced machinery and now that is what it is. And during that time, if you look at the actual news and you look at what was being published, there was outcry. It was, oh my gosh, like what are all these people going to do? This is going to completely disrupt our economy. This is going to be the most terrible thing in the world. All these people are going to lose their jobs. And yet we continue to evolve as humans and we continue to find new ways to be productive. Today, even the estimations around like deep productivity, I know this is a ways out, there is a good, strong possibility that whatever you want to call it, artificial general intelligence, super intelligence, when we get to a point where you can have AI that creates a decade-billion-dollar company or multiple decade-billion-dollar companies. It also means that our GDP could double, could triple. And look, it does look like a very different economy, but if I know anything about humans is that we are 100% adaptable and we will continue to learn, we will continue to grow. I agree with you. I think there's a huge portion of people today that are not, they're using it as a crutch, not as something that actually augments them and actually makes them more intelligent. They're using it as something that gives them an answer that they never really wanted to research or really learn or conceptualize in any way, shape, or form. So I think it's, whether it be the internet is both good and bad. AI is both good and bad, but ultimately that's necessary for progress.
Did you just finish what I was trying to say?
Oh, yeah, is that where you're going?
Probably, but you said it better, so I'm gonna
So,
yours.
when you look at an elephant,
Yes.
So-
Shoot it or lift it.
But it's got to be your bowl.
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to piggyback off of what everyone's talking about here because I do see AI as being a threat to human intelligence and creativity. So I think one of the things that dies with all adults is creativity, and there's a lot of research on this. I don't know if you've all seen the study by Dr. George Land, but he did a creativity study for NASA. They could actually measure creativity, and the cool thing about the test is it can be applied to people of any age. And before smartphones and AI, he actually did this test that in our K-12 brainwashing program we call the modern education system, 98% of children ages 4 and 5 test out at genius levels of creativity, 98%. When you go to children that are 10 years old, just 5 years later, the same children, it was a longitudinal study, it dropped to 30%. Then by the time they turn 15, 5 years later, 13%. Then only 2% of adults tested at genius levels of creativity. Now, I see people that can't even send a text to their spouse by using ChatGPT. They have no means to think for themselves anymore. And you talk about using it as a crutch, like, they're replacing themselves with technology. Like, you're making yourself obsolete. You fucking deserve it if you're going to do that, in my opinion. So I just want to guard against, like, be careful overusing this stuff. And if you're using it, please, like, put some level of effort into your own creativity. You know, people can copy and paste in the prompts in, like, their social media posts. They don't even have the discipline to delete the damn prompts that they're putting in and stuff like that. So anyway, you guys all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so creativity is something that is essential, I think, for our survival as human beings. That's one gift we were given as human beings, is the ability to create. And when we lose that, you know, we might as well become extinct by AI. We deserve it. So don't lose your creativity.
Dr. Ken Robinson, right?
Dr. George Land.
Ken Robinson's TED Talk, the most famous TED Talk of all time, is Divergent Thinking.
Yep.
That's what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, just talking about the study they did. But yeah, convergent versus divergent, yeah. So obviously, children, you know, their minds work like a spider web. So if they're trying to solve a problem, they figure out any and all possible solutions to a challenge, right? Whereas adults are completely linear. It's the one obvious solution to a problem. And the analogy I always give is if I put a box in your hand and say, hey, what's this? You'd be like, well, hey, asshole, it's a box. What are you talking about? Like, I don't get it. You put that same box in a 4 or 5 year old's hand, what is it? You fill in the blank, infinite possibilities, right? So that's what we need to get back, because that's something that is very much in danger of being lost, in my opinion. So.
Very well said.
That also means we have to change our educational system.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Fine, I'll work on it. Can't do everything.
Let's start by getting the manuals back.
Do we have another question for Casey?
Casey's still there.
I love the huddled masses back there, by the way.
You guys wouldn't believe how big the studio audience is. We got like 1,000 people.
Casey, do we still have more questions?
The only thing that was missing,
Yep,
though,
we
is
got one
anytime
more
someone
over
like
here.
a mic drop moment,
So-
we need like some clap. We need like an
We're
applause
going to talk
sign.
about AI regulation. Where do you see that regulation being in 2026?
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Yeah. What about AI regulation? Is it going to be hard in 2026? Is it going to change the way that people do marketing? What do you think for AI?
I mean, to define hard, I mean, it's going to get more and more stringent throughout the years, clearly. I mean, whenever there's more problems that arise, more fraud that arises within AI, I mean, there's these laws out there right now that divide employers, the developers. Of course, you know, they're very hard to enforce, and no one's really enforcing them quite yet. But yes, of course, AI regulations going to get harder on marketing companies.
So just to put some numbers here, there was 850 different state and federal regulations on AI being considered in 2025. Over 800. As we move into 2026, check me, Tori.
There's more than that in 2025. There was over, I think, like around 1,200 that I calculated.
Over 1,200
Yeah.
given. So earlier in the year it was around 800. By the end of the year it was over 1,200. And
I
we see that
calculated in July of
trend.
2025.
So we see that trend going to continue in 2026, right? So we're going to only see more potential regulation. But what's so fascinating is all that promulgated regulation how many have actually passed?
Not many. I
Not
heard
many.
maybe 4 or 5%,
Right?
and that's generous.
And so we're talking about a rush to market, right? From an AI perspective, guess what? We've got a rush to market from a legal perspective, where the regulators and the folks in Congress and in the state legislatures, and I'm not trying to be unduly disrespectful, but they don't really know what they're doing.
And the ones that passed, they don't know how to enforce.
And the ones that have passed, Tori's saying they don't know how to enforce. But my point is, we're at such a nascent place where policymakers really, truthfully, deep down in their soul, have no idea what they're doing. And so they're coming up with a bunch of stuff. They're airing it out for views, which, by the way, is probably the way the democratic system should work. And people are looking at it and largely booing and shouting it down. Now, the real question to answer this question is not, well, are there going to be more proposed laws in 2026? I think the answer to that is yes. Is there going to be enough force behind any of these regulations that something actually starts getting passed? And I think, reflectively, Tori, you nailed it. The answer to that is going to turn on what the outcome practically of AI is. And I'm going to tell you this example. My buddy Jay Edelson, very, very good lawyer, suing OpenAI. You might have heard this because a kid died, and he's alleging, maybe it's true, that OpenAI killed him, right? So the second you start talking about, AI driving kids to suicide, boom, right? Now you've got a big red line where you can expect regulation. You can just expect it. And it's the same thing in any other industry, right? I'm not just talking about death, where you see AI driving to fraud, AI, of course, redlining, driving to something that is racist in impact, let's say. AI driving to unfairness or unevenness in any place at any time that is calculable and demonstrable. You're going to start seeing laws passed as opposed to just proposed.
Well, we saw a huge influx with the Joe Biden incident out in New Hampshire with deepfake law. After that, you saw over half the states try to pass, political deepfake laws for disclosure there and even criminal liability in some cases. So yeah, the suicide of child issue with ChatGPT, that's likely going to spike some additional laws, just like the deepfake of Joe Biden telling New Hampshire voters not to vote in the primaries was an issue.
Well, and then set aside like the magic 8-ball, if you will, right, of what laws are going to be passed in 2026. Like, obviously laws are going to change, right? They're going to keep with technology, but you take current laws, for instance, like I was in-house at a mortgage company, right? And if you're in the mortgage vertical, there's set aside TCPA, but there's a lot of different laws that you have to abide by, right? Let's take UDAP, for instance. If it feels deceptive, it probably is deceptive, right? So you take these laws that are already in place, the regulators in the AG's office are already taking these already implemented laws and they're applying to AI, right? Whether it's stated in their law specifically, irrelevant, but it's deceptive in nature. AI can be deceptive in nature, right? So you're going to take into account these already existing laws, and what I predict, yes, we know the laws are going to come, obviously. That's yes, it's going to come, but more importantly, the laws that have already been in place, especially vertical specific laws, I would expect, right, that those laws are now going to be applied to whatever marketing and advertising you're already doing because it was already the law. You're just using a new venue to market and advertise.
If people think that lawmakers are stupid or they don't know what they're doing, how and we know that AI can be used for good, right? Where
Don't say it.
I'm asking the question, right? It's to you and to the panel, wouldn't it be an easy assumption to make that the people who don't know what they're doing, using a tool the right way, would then come up with the right laws? Because you think about how Tesla had FSD, and it has changed the way driving, for people who have FSD, who actually, they don't get into accidents as much as humans, but statistically. And again, I just look at the numbers, right, for the good of the people. Elon Musk has himself said, that not going and doing this will actually kill people. think he said that. If we don't use AI in driving, it's going to harm the human race. So I would imagine that there would be a proliferation of people who would come in and say, well, AI can be used for good. Wouldn't that be now used to augment the way that we think about how laws should work?
No. Okay, you guys remember iRobot, right? Will Smith. Oh, you got robots making robots now? That's smart. Yeah, having AI write law about AI is about, like, that's peak existentialism. Like, we just made ourselves think that. Look, what I will say is this, but what I love is that this whole discussion does tie to one of my major talking points from my campaign, which is that we need elite people in Washington. And this goes back to exactly what we're talking about, right? Could AI right now replace some of the low-end lawmakers, and maybe most of the bar low-end lawmakers, and do a better job than the non-lawyer bartenders and gym owners that we're sending to Congress when it comes to writing our laws? Yeah, probably.
Very specific.
Probably. But those folks shouldn't be there to begin with. And that's your point, right? We're going to use AI to replace the people that shouldn't be there. I would recommend that we use the wisdom of the people and the tools in our Constitution to replace these people with actually qualified attorneys and or real business owners that are very smart, sharp, competent, and if not entirely elite. Let them do the policy work. Let them think it through. Let them, frankly, talk with smart people like y'all, right? Because I really enjoyed this conversation. I feel like I got smarter talking to you guys. I really did. And with the tools of private experience and individuals like you or leaders and intelligent attorneys there in not a swamp, guys, but in a complex of temples, a beautiful, beautiful city on a hill, which should be DC, full of really intelligent people, we could get great laws written, great laws that we'd all be very happy with. But no, I would not trust AI to write our AI laws, my friend. I'm not smart enough to tell you exactly how that could go wrong, but I can tell you a few ways that it could probably go wrong.
Probably was going to interject a little bit.
Shut up. Speaker shut up, guys.
Turned on.
You turned off the mic.
AI has shut this down.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
No,
I guess you know what, because we
got to turn it.
Now we're just talking.
Just gotta turn it back.
He's got to turn
I think we just got really profound in the entire conversation.
I think AI just shut that off. We did
I think
Yeah.
I think so. It's like the Scotland guy. He's trouble.
The cameras actually have mics as well.
Yeah, so we don't.
You're still
okay.
speaking.
All right.
We don't need speakers.
I was just gonna say, like, obviously, I think the conversation's gotten very profound.
Very. That was perfect.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, like, I think,
And then you got that.
really, but obviously, really get back in a little bit, obviously, to the home improvement space and everything we started off with.
Wait, what's that about?
Like, I do think, like, look, I mean, we can discuss AI till great lengths, and I think it's needed. But at the moment, obviously, with where we're talking about, we need to figure out a way, because the one aspect is we all want to get better at what we do and how much money we make. That's just the way we're set up. And we talk about lead gen, we talk about like actual home improvement. We're figuring out ways to actually work on that. So I mean, I think that one part that's going to happen is we're going to continue doing that. I mean, I'd go away or take over. It will make us super users. It will make efficiency better, and it will find people just doing mediocre stuff that what you were saying there. You know, because like they're just going to say, "Can you just give me a diet plan?" And you know, we can just leave it at that. But I mean, I think that's just really where I see it at the moment, at least. I don't think this is working out.
Is anyone going to talk about the robots that are coming? Like, for real?
Oh.
So they got robots that can install roofing, robots that can install siding, they're training robots to install windows. So what about that, right? So obviously it's all infused with AI and all this stuff. So there's going to be multiple different directions where people are going to be replaced, if we're being honest with ourselves. And like Vic said earlier, you know, they don't ask for time off, they take no sick days, they don't complain, it's efficient, less waste, more profitability, all that stuff. That's going to be sweet music to a lot of companies' ears. And I'm sure you guys see this. There's so many robotic companies influencing our industry right now, like madness. That stuff's pretty terrifying to me.
Well, just think the outcome is like WALL-E, right?
Yeah.
So
Sure.
you get more Netflix, you get more
Sure.
TikTok, and you get
just
more
got
Instagram.
around
and
a little
that's
thing.
it.
Well, I tell my personal assistant all the time, if she stops misbehaving, she's going to get replaced by AI soon, you know?
Yeah.
Keep them on their toes.
I'm quite excited about the one that can do my laundry.
Right.
What do you guys think about how AI in the personal service, where there's this, like for example, in places like Japan and in Asia, right? There's a lot of single, lonely guys who are, because they don't have either skills socially or the means, because maybe they're not as successful, and so they can't compete in the market, right? And so what they're doing now is, because they're still human, they desire, right, to feel like somebody cares about them. And now you have AI, so like an AI girlfriend, like an AI companion, and that's a service. Companies build that, and you basically like customize that whole thing.
I have the AI business partner. It works.
Right? How do you guys feel about AI encroaching and replacing what other people are doing on a personal level, not on a business, but more personal?
If I could jump in here, it's interesting too. I was one of the early adopters of ChatGPT and their advanced AI voice component, and I quickly would have a conversation, of course, by myself and say, hey, like I'm having an issue with a team member. How do I handle this? And I'm interacting with it. I kind of tune the voice and everything just how I wanted it. Then driving, my wife gets in the car and I'm having a conversation. She's like, yeah, we're not going to have that conversation with your girlfriend. Not long here. And I'm like, well, hey, there's some really good information that I can get. Talking to traffic for an hour. I think one of the use cases where we're doing some research on like Medicare.
The ladies are shaking their head, man.
Yeah, right. But it was just give me the great answers. So kind of fast forward like 2 or 3 months later, the model got updated. And I was driving to work in the morning, and I was like, oh, I got to find out some information from my mother about Medicare. So I said, hey, got a name for my ChatGPT agent, and I'm like, I need help for a Medicare something. But the voice was different. And I was like, okay, now something just happened to the companion I had, and it was a weird experience
But
for
your
me to
wife
look
got
at.
to her.
Yeah.
She was responsible for the update.
I think she was the one who was responsible for the
Obviously.
update. Yeah. But it was definitely a reflection point to look and say, wow, well, I guess over the last 6 months, I had developed this experience that was helping me get memos prepared, or helping me kind of prepare my day, or just help me do some work while I'm driving. And then that changed, and I felt like I lost somebody. And you can't get the model back to where the old voice was, so now I have to develop that new interaction. So,
Well, 5.1 now, you're going to be able to get everything back in one.
Okay,
yes.
Kind of roll back.
As of this last week.
Okay, really?
So you had a breakup with it. AI.
Yeah.
Well,
It's parasocial.
Yeah,
Like,
but the picture
connections. What are you
was
gonna
also
do?
asking about just if I don't have a real human companion,
It's just
is
a matter-
that
it's just a matter of
placeholder to
time.
have an actual robot or an inexperience?
I think this question, though, I think is less about AI and more about our society. And I think that what's happening is that, I say this all the time. I know this is maybe a terrible thing to say, but I think work-life balance is actually your quickest path to depression. And the reason why is, as humans, we like to have purpose, okay? And I would say that like the average human, if they have that work-life balance, they're not using that additional time to go learn new things or learn another language. They're using Instagram or TikTok, and then they find themselves in a more depressive state than they were previously, which is precisely what's happening across our entire nation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And part of it is just the fact that like purpose and accomplishing things, learning new things, that actually creates a degree of satisfaction, which solves a lot of the issues that we're running into. But I think it says more about our society and how we are utilizing our time and the impact that it's having on us, which is the reason why we're even having a conversation about a companion that's an alternative to an actual human.
I mean, I love that. I mean, happiness leads to achievement, right? I mean, I work 16, 18-hour days most days. I know Pooja does. And I'm like one of the happiest people in the world. Like, I'm like the happiest dude, right? I never begrudge anyone that chooses not to work hard. I love it, and I get a lot out of it for myself and for my clients. So I 100% hear you there. But then again, I mean, look, do you guys see that movie Companion? And it was like about this AI person that was like your girlfriend, right?
Yeah,
and she didn't know she was a girlfriend. And I remember watching that. And first of all, I love the mind jump, because by the end, you're supposed to be cheering for the robot to kill the human. If you just stop and think about that, like that's the premise of like, it's kind of hacking your mind, the movie. Brilliant, just brilliant there. Most people don't even realize that by the end, you're like literally rooting for the robot to kill the human. It's just crazy. But when I saw that movie, it dawned on me that, oh my God, one day this is going to happen, and then, wait for it, I went further. I was like, oh my God, one day this will be all there is, because ultimately, with the right model training and with the right elite experience, these things will be better. They'll be better men than we are, and they'll be better ladies than they are. They just will. And so then at that point, the question is, do we want to deny ourselves superiority for the sake of preserving our species? I don't know. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. That's not a question for me, thank God. But our future generations will have to grapple with that. That's insane.
Love this philosophically. Okay, so Alan Watts, which is like modern day Yoda a little bit. Obviously, he's modern day. There's much more in-depth philosophers. However, I love. There's a particular passage that basically talks about the dream of life, and if you could change everything, and you could this next year you had full control of everything. He said you do that, and you do that day after day, and then eventually you would find yourself wanting to remove all of the control and all of the power over your day and go back to the way things were, where you had challenges and you had difficulties and you had wins and you had lows and you had everything else, because that is the very thing that actually makes life sweet. So I think that to some degree, even if we look philosophically at creating another human that is basically perfect and says exactly what we want them to say all the time, then eventually we're going to find ourselves going like, please disagree with me. Please.
But then she would.
There's a setting for that.
Because she would
There's
know.
a setting for that.
She would know.
Yeah. So I think that eventually we get to the
That's
point
the
where we
problem.
basically have the same thing as we have today, which means that there may not be a need for it.
To me, this is the most interesting thing. I'm glad somebody asked that question. I don't know who asked that question, because it's so completely untethered to the topic we're supposed to be.
I was just going to say,
But I love it.
we're getting it on time. I feel also look, great conversation, and I think we should 100% carry it forward on a drink after this.
That's what we're doing.
I know, but I mean, we've also I think got a whole bunch of people watching. So yeah,
That's
I mean, yeah.
I think it's just amazing how, when people say, I say please to ChatGPT or thank you, and they're developing that relationship.
Where we were back into it.
And you're finding that
2 glasses of water and compute for every single time they do that. It's kind of great.
Has everyone else used ChatGPT? Am I the only one that's never used ChatGPT?
I think so.
I've used all models.
Okay. So I've never used any model of ChatGPT. Then again, I've also never had Facebook, and there's a lot of things I haven't done. So all of you have used this. I'm the only one that's looking at this. Okay.
I feel I just learned that you don't drink caffeine. So I feel like that would be caffeine to you.
Have you ever ChatGPT'd the czar of TCPA world? It's pretty dead on.
Yeah. Look. So this is why it's so fascinating. I'm very happy to play the role that I got to play on this as literally old guard, because I mean, what you will learn if you ever chose to, and you wouldn't, because why would you, about Eric Troutman is I am the most stuck in the mud dude that ever existed, right? And I really believe in just hammering away at the process that's always worked. And there's new tools. That's fine. That's for somebody else. That's not for me. I know how to make it work for myself, right? So when I hear about ChatGPT users, I'm like, I just assume that these are people who are, lost and don't really know what works for them. But that's why I like talking to smart people, where you're like, no, we all use ChatGPT. And I'm like, okay, well, great. Maybe
One thing that I think may be interest, perhaps, to you folks is, lawyers use LexisNexis or Westlaw for their research, right? And you guys pay us hourly, for the most part, right? Westlaw has this really neat, my manager was on the phone a few months ago, and my other partner and I were on the call as well. Westlaw has, obviously, an AI solution for research, and we tested it, right? We inserted a very specific question that we needed for a pending motion, and it was dead on with the cases that it provided. And so the three of us were like, well, how do we go to Eric, right? It's a nominal amount, right? But it was, to him, it was going to be, well, we're going to use AI with Westlaw. I'm not going to ask it, right? My other partner was like, no. Our associates will benefit, our clients will benefit, and research will, in fact, actually be better by having that extra monthly subscription.
Until it's wrong.
Perhaps, but if you layer that on with
Harvey.
a first year.
That's right, until it's wrong, right?
Well, Harvey's got an $8 billion valuation, and it's just specific to law, and they are
terrible.
But what I like about the
they
Westlaw,
are terrible.
but Eric, what I like about the Westlaw
No,
is also,
Latham just developed, just took Harvey on, and I put a tombstone up on TCPA World. I was like, Latham and Watkins just committed suicide, right? Because you're literally taking on liability for something you don't control. Why the hell would you do that?
So once again, it's context. Context. You have the ability to control context, which means that you have the ability to feed it whatever documents you need to feed it. You have the ability to basically make sure that it's 100% accurate.
Sure. Keep going.
So that's the whole point. Is not like if you look at its standard, same thing we were talking about before, versus elite. An elite would actually take the training that is you and all of this knowledge, any cases you won, lost, all the research that went into it, and that is its reference model.
Right.
Before it does anything else, which means that it is 100% accurate for what you've actually decided to train.
So in the practice of law, ultimately what you must develop is judgment. In order to get to judgment, you must first have facts. Facts are knowledge. Facts and knowledge by themselves are irrelevant without understanding, context, and experience. But that together, you start to develop judgment, and when all of that is profound and accurate, you get what? You get wisdom. And that's what people pay for. AI can never get to any of those pieces. The best AI can do is give you an extrapolation of the 3 cases that stand for a proposition. But now, when you've got 2,400 lawyers deploying this blind, and you expect you're going to maintain quality? No, that's suicide. In the practice of law, at least, where there is no room for error, because on the other side, you've got Eric Troutman. You don't have another robot. You've got me going against some guy that's trying to use Harvey. I will smoke that guy every single day. And at the end of the day, you get paid in our line of work, man. We are warriors. You get paid to win. You don't get paid to
So you use that human element as your differentiator.
you're begging. Like to me, if you're using Harvey, like you are begging to lose. Like you are begging to lose.
And more importantly, it's irrelevant of like it's the judge who's making the decision.
That's true.
And the judges heat.
So wouldn't it be cool, like, if we had, and so this is like, I played chess, and back in the 90s when Kasparov was playing against Deep Blue, right? And and Kasparov was just dominating, and Vishwananand was there too, like, second, and he was just killing. Like the Deep Blue wasn't as good, but over time he just kept learning and learning and learning. So I think, and this is probably the next debate series that I want to do. I would like to go and find out if there's a case where you could be like, the judge doesn't know what's happening, and you're arguing that case, AI versus an actual lawyer, and you're going through that head to head with the judge not knowing, right, like something simple. But I think this would demonstrate an elite. And I think this would, if you were to go and say, look, I'm the elite, I can go and beat out any AI, and there's an AI lawyer, right, that was able to go and understand the details of the case, just like you would on a case, like you would feed it the same piece of information legally, and then a judge would be there. I think people would see that, and they would go, okay, possibilities versus this is not what I want. I think that would be very, very cool.
I love that. And that'd be a lot of fun.
But wouldn't you need to be trained by an elite to begin with? And then
Over
where do
time.
new elites come from?
No, I think it's
how
great. I think it's a
viable
great
is
idea.
this model?
I think it would be good to go and, like, look, one of the things that we like, I'm a builder. So I can build those things and not be that. And we can show how the trajectory is over time.
I love it. It's like the Jeopardy when we did the Deep Blue, whatever
That's
the heck
right.
it was, the IBM.
Because,
I think that's great. Because today, you're right, today the elite trial lawyer, be it me or somebody else, would win 100 times out of 100. They just would. But you give it 20 years, and maybe it's exactly the opposite, right? Maybe that AI bot destroys the human being.
Will Smith eating spaghetti, right? We remember saying it 2 years ago, right? And you were like, what? This is like a Picasso nightmare acid dream, right? And now you look at it today and you're like, that's Will Smith eating spaghetti. Like, it's literally in his kitchen eating spaghetti.
And that's why you all need a hybrid model in your call center. That's it. Moderator, what's the next question?
Yeah. Is anyone still watching this?
Yeah.
They're having an acid dream Picasso nightmare at this point.
Well, I'm very, very appreciative for everybody being here, and this is the very first time that we've done this where it's being live streamed. We're recording it. Obviously, we're bringing in people who can discuss the subject matter and not just. And we were actually debating. People were disagreeing. People were like, no, yes, No, yes, and I think that's when the consumer and the people win, as opposed to going into a conference where you know, there's somebody sitting up there preaching to you, and you're really just hearing it from that one side. Like you've got you got almost 10 people in this panel, and I think that's the way consumers and the public wins when you have these discussions, is you really give them the full spectrum of information. So yeah, we're looking forward to next year in the roadshow. We're going to be doing this. Thanks everybody. Thanks for everybody who's been watching.
Thank you. We're all pro vibe coding though, right? No one's thumbs down on vibe coding.
Glad that you are able to come to Converge 2025. If you're watching now, make sure to check the links in the description to get a background on all of our panelists, and we will see you next time. We have a big old meeting.